The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for March 23rd is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker, suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means that you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout, unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to this hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hands. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Before we begin this meeting, all of us, as all of board members, are City of Boston residents, and we'd like to thank Mayor Walsh for his stewardship of the city over the past 7 years. We'd also like to welcome Acting Mayor Kim Janey. We look forward to the next few months. Before we start further, I'd like to just take a roll call of board members. Mark Fortune.
Here, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mark Ehrlich.
Good morning. Here.
Good morning. Mr. Ruggiero.
Here, Madam Chair.
Mr. Legris.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. And Mr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And are there any substitute members on today? Is Ms. Spinato or Mr. Kendall on? No? Okay.
Ms. Pinedo should be on. Mr. Kendall was going to fill in for Mr. Fortune when he leaves later, but he will be unavailable today.
Okay.
And Ms. Better Barraza she will be filling in for Mr. Fortune.
Okay.
When he
So please let me know when Ms. Spinato joins. So as of now, we have a 6-member board. Jeff Hampton, are you here from the BPDA?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. With that, Mr. Fortune, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is the first case is extensions calling BOA 826-857-92 Maple Street. Madam Chair, this was due to expire on March 29th, 2021. If we grant this, it'll be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matt Eckel from Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street on behalf of 92 Maple Street. This project was approved February 26th of 2019 and was moving forward until the start of the COVID outbreak. Now the project is progressing again. We're seeking a one-year extension to finalize the plans and
May I,
Sarah.
excuse me, Counselor, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, really quick, Ligris is going to recuse himself on this motion.
Okay.
Motion for a one-year extension.
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to call 9:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only? Please give me the address.
44 Cottage Street, Mr. Secretary.
Sure, for the record, calling BOA 1157605, 44 Cottage Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, we are continuing to work with some neighbor concerns regarding this project, and we believe we benefit from a deferral. This is our first request for a deferral on this.
Counselor, and to anybody who is on this meeting for any of the times today, we have quite a number of cases that are important for us to hear, and where applicants have been waiting. So we are really indisposed to granting too many deferrals. So we would recommend that you be very careful about the next date that you request, so that in fact, when we hear the case again, we can bring closure to it. So may I have a motion for deferral?
So moved.
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. What date is realistic for you, Counselor?
I believe if we could do it in 4 to 6 weeks, that would be great.
So, Madam Chair, just for the record, we are into June. We have a couple of dates left for May 18th, so we can fit that one in for May 18th if that
Let's
works.
go for June so that we are completely sure Mr. Lenz is set, okay?
All right, well, we have 6/8, 6/22, or 6/29.
6/8 should be good, Mr. Secretary.
All right, we'll go with 6/8 for deferral. And that'll be at 12 o'clock, at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals?
1088 Saratoga Street.
Okay, for the record, calling BOA 106-8596, 1088 Saratoga Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is actually a technical deferral request. We believe that ISD needs to cite one additional violation for side yard that was not included in the public notice, and we would like to have that renoticed with that violation included.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
That one we could fit in for May 18th at 12:30.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30?
Yes, I have one.
Sure. Address, please?
It's 180 to 190 Hyde Park Avenue.
Hold on 2 seconds. Let me find it, and I'll read it into the record. For the record, calling VOA 115-9723, 180 to 190 Hyde Park Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is BJ Oiko, and my address 55 Kilmarnock Street, Boston.
And why are you requesting a deferral?
Well, the earliest neighborhood committee meeting is actually scheduled for tomorrow, so we missed it by a day. So we have to have that neighborhood meeting before we can address you guys in the appeal board.
Okay, so when did you apply for this? When did you put in the application for this?
The application for the original permit?
Yep.
Ooh, that would have been
So
January.
just what I just want to make sure it's the same comment I make to the previous applicant. You know, make sure that the date you request is going to be realistic for you bringing closure to this. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to
Motion for
defer.
deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
We can't fit them in for the May 18th at
Will you be-
12:30.
Will you be ready for May 18th?
Yeah, because we're only waiting on the neighborhood meeting tomorrow. So May 18th, if that's the earliest, then
That's the earliest you get is May 18th. And the May 18th, now we're into June.
Great, thank you.
So May 18th at 12:30.
Great, thank you.
12:30, correct. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30?
Yes, 151 Spencer Street and 25 New England Avenue.
Yes, thank you. For the record, calling BOA 103-8331, 151 Spencer Street. There is a companion case, BOA 103-8330, 25 New England Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Matt Lawler, Robinson and Cole, business address of 1 Boston Place, Boston. Just wanted to defer these two matters in order for the denial letters and the appeals to catch up to revised plans that have been filed with ISD. I think we've got everything submitted now and we'll be able to proceed. And we were hoping, if possible, to get on to the April 27th hearing date.
They've already given you that date, so we have that for the record.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
You do have that date of April 27th at 12:30.
Great, thanks very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only? Hearing none, Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Any other deferrals? All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to call the first case. Calling BOA 115-7791, 63 Monmouth Street. This is that living space of Unit 1 into the basement. The violation of Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use, and Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioners Erin and Michael Rohr. Mr. and Mrs. Rohr are the owners of Unit 1 at 63 Monmouth Street. This is a relatively straightforward request to extend living space only. The lower level of the pre-existing three-family dwelling would be extended with about 960 or so square feet. We probably can jump right to the floor plan, which I think is the most relevant page here, but have some other additional information for the board if they have any questions. But next page should do it. But essentially, we're showing there will be shared common space that will be accessed from the exterior portion of the building. The remaining units in the building will have access to the common utility as well as some storage areas. But essentially, the proponent is proposing to add some office space, additional storage for their unit, as well as a sort of seating, dining area, and wet bar area. There is a location off the rear portion of the building, which is identified as flex space. We are not proposing any bedrooms in the lower level. This is simply additional living space that would be pertinent to the first unit. The only violations involve the extension of the non-conforming use. As I said, this is a pre-existing three-family dwelling located in a 2F district, so therefore the Article 9 would be applicable. And also the floor-to-area ratio would be increased above its current level, which would also require additional relief.
Okay, just a few questions. What's the floor to, let me just list the questions out. What's the floor to ceiling height? Are the utilities and storage units for the other spaces, do they have a separate entrance? And finally, third, is there a stove in that wet bar space? And as I look at the plans, there appears to be a bedroom in that space just beyond, I suppose, the wet bar. That gives every indication that this could at some point be a separate unit.
Right. I'll answer those in order, Madam Chair. Currently, the ceiling height is 7 feet 4 inches. They will be modifying the floor level to comply with the building code of 7 feet 6. There is no stove proposed in the lower level. It's simply a wet bar for entertaining area. And I did inquire about that area, even though there's some indication that it would appear as a bedroom. I've confirmed that there's no intention, and they're happy with the proviso that no bedroom be included down there. It was simply drawn as additional space.
And how about the units and I see that utility has its own entrance,
Correct.
but do the storage spaces have their own entrance?
That's correct. If you look at the lower portion of the screen, Madam Chair, there's access point to the rear of the building that allows for access to Unit 2 and Unit 3 storage.
Okay. How are the plants, Mr. Robinson?
The plans they're good. Just one question I wanted to make sure. So the rear of the lower level actually in this plan to the right is at grade, is that correct? So it's not below grade at the rear of the building?
That is correct, Mr. Robinson. I do understand that the board is a bit sensitive to including bedrooms at that lower level, and that's why I highlighted that. But yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Full walkout.
Thank you.
Is there an elevation in the drawings?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ehrlich, can you repeat your question?
Is there an elevation in the drawing so we can see the relation to grade?
Yep, there should be.
Yeah. A200 has, I'm not sure it's in this package, it's in the zoning. Keep going. There you can see the grade falling, but if you keep going a little bit further. That one right there, that's a rear elevation showing the set of doors coming out at grade, it looks like, to me.
Yeah, as I indicated, 7.4 is the current clear ceiling height. It will be increased to 7.6 with some slight excavation at the lower level.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think Lena Tremelli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services might be having some technical difficulties, but the Mayor's Office is also on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilor Sabi George's office. Could I help you?
Ms. Ambassador, can you please mute Karen?
Yes.
Anybody else to speak on this project? May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, Ms. Pineda is on, just so you know.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Jean.
Motion to approve.
Do we need a proviso that says no dwelling unit in the basement so that there is something on record?
Sure. With the
Okay.
proviso that there's no bedroom in the basement.
No dwelling. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 107-1307, 211 East Eagle Street. This is seeking to erect a new 8-unit residential dwelling with 7 parking spaces and a newly created lot of 6,250 square feet. The violation is Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 52, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of Odesset Capital, the applicant, and Monty French is the architect for us today. Just one point to note, the description has changed than what was read by Mr. Secretary, and Mr. Robinson has the updated plans, or he should have the updated plans. This is now a 6-unit condo dwelling with 6 associated parking spaces on the ground level and a 3, no longer a 4-story structure. Just to go over the layout, the first floor of the building is the main entrance, lobby, We'll have one unit on the ground level that will be accessible. That's a 625 square foot, one bedroom unit. The second floor houses units 2 and 3, one of which is an 1,177 square foot, two bedroom. Unit 3 is 1,057 square foot, two bedroom, and unit 4 is a 970 square foot, two bedroom. Finally, the third floor is a 1,415 square foot, three bedroom. That has an exclusive front balcony. And unit 6 is an 1,171 square foot, two bedroom with a rear deck. There's a 13-foot, 6-inch pullback, rear pullback for that deck. It also has a green roof area for planting associated with that unit. I can now go over the violations that were mentioned. So we removed both the height and the in feet and stories violation. We do have a parking violation. We have 6 parking spaces and 9 would be required. The use is a 3F. And we are proposing 6 units. We are combining 2 lots to get there. The FAR, what's allowed is 1, and we are at 1.22. And we are in the iPod district as well. And our front yard, what's required is 5, and we are 5 for the building, but we have a bay that does bow out, so we were cited for
And is that modal front yard?
Correct.
It is modal, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I just noticed on the first floor unit, there's no window shown in the bedroom. Could be an oversight, as you can see. They're not shown on the plan or the elevation, but I assume they're above grade, so it shouldn't be an issue. It just might not be on the plan, so.
That's the case, yep, for that, sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Any other?
Madam
Any other
Chair,
questions?
Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico from BTD has spoke on this. I just want to put it into the record. 211 East Eagle Street should be required to have spaces 1, 2, and 3 measured 20 by 8.5 feet. 8 by 5. These 3 spaces would have to make a 3-point turn, which is not uncommon. Also, due to the proximity of the exit of the driveway, the applicant should be required to install a visual and audio alarm to warn the pedestrian of an exiting vehicle.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak on this case, on this address?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held 2 abutters meetings for this proposal where the applicant worked close with the neighbors and arrived to this final design. This proposal also received strong support from the Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, City Council in East Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have 16 support letters.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Do
And just,
we need BTD review too, Joe, too? For the parking?
that's who needs to review it to make sure that the sensors in and stuff. And just with the design review, I know the Eagle Hill community works really good with the developer on the design, so if we can not, take that into consideration, please.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, members.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 114-5326, 19 Lamson Street. This is a gut renovation, add living space into the basement, replacing the roof deck. The violation, Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 27T-5, it's in the East Boston iPod. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz on behalf of the petitioner, John Hall. With respect to the property of 19 Lamson Street, relatively straightforward proposal, Madam Chair. We are proposing to extend living space of the pre-existing three-family dwelling into the basement level, no bedrooms being proposed. All bedrooms will be located on the main level, level 1, for which this portion of the building will be appurtenant. We're also proposing to replace a roof deck on the building. There is already an existing head house. The head house will remain, and that is the extent of the changes that we're proposing. With respect to the relief that's necessary, we would be increasing the FAR. Its current level is at 1.9, which is already non-conforming. Adding the additional living space to the basement would increase the FAR to 2.45, and therefore requesting relief for that. With respect to the roof deck, iPod would be applicable since we are altering the roof line of the building, and that is the extent of the request. We did present this to both the Jeffries.
Hold on. So this is, okay, Colette, can you please show us the basement space? What's the floor to ceiling height in the basement, Counselor?
It included an elevation. It's a slide right here showing it at 7 feet 6 inches for finished ceiling height. The basement is located on the right. The plan is on the right side, showing the kitchen, the bathroom, and then living area, both dining and living room. As you can see, Madam Chair, the next slide would include level 1, which is the bedrooms, which does not include any kitchen or other facilities that would allow the lower level to become an independent unit.
And that head house, was that a legally installed head house?
To the best of my knowledge, that was legally installed many years ago.
Okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. So I did look at the head house just for the board, and I think it looks like the existing stairs are remaining. Is that right, Counselor? And due to the shape of the stairs, I think the head house is what it would be needed to gain access to the roof deck. And I think the roof deck is consistent. It's fairly modest, and it's pulled back from all sides. So I think it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. This proposal received strong support from the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association and from abutters. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have one letter of support and one letter of opposition.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
I just have one quick question. Mr. Lins, are they redoing the outside of the head house? Because I saw copper flashing mentioned on one of the slides. Is that something that was worked out? Okay.
Yeah, and I believe, Mr. Ajero, through the chair, the BPDA has specific standards to address that, but yes, that will be improved.
Mr. Fortune, what is the letter in opposition? Is there any basis?
Well, I'm a little confused because I'm reading it. It's basically they're opposed to the roof deck.
Okay.
They're saying there was no existing roof deck.
Can you clarify, Mr. Lenz? Sounds like we're having a little technical difficulty here. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve a BPDA design review.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 115-9189, 90 Ashley Street. This is building a 3-story, 2-family duplex on an existing 4,409 square foot vacant lot. The violation is Article 25, Section 5, Flood Hazard District. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 57, conformity with an existing building alignment. Article 53, Section 9, the lot frontage is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Small. Yes, 51 Dobson Road.
Mr. Small, you're breaking up.
So we're here today seeking relief to erect a two-family dwelling on a vacant lot. The zoning sub-district is a 2F 4,000. Our lot size is 4,409 square feet. The units duplex, 2-bedroom, 1 bath.
Hold on, Mr. Small. While you're adjusting your mic so that we can hear you better, Colette, can you please move through this so we can see what this might look like from a street view? Go ahead, Mr. Small.
Okay. And so, as I said, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The square footage of the units are 1,747 square feet. The violations are as follows. Lot frontage requirement is 40 feet. We are proposing 32. FAR required is 0.8. We're proposing 1.2. Side yard setback requirement is 7 feet. We're proposing 5. The rear yard setback is 40 feet. We have 23.5.
I'm sorry, what's the rear yard proposed?
23.5 feet. We are in the flood hazard district, and we do have our support that are from SDEP.
So hold on, how about the parking?
Okay, the parking is off to the left of the building, and we're proposing 2 spots.
Okay, hold on. Colette, can you please pull up the rendering? Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans themselves are fine in terms of the floor plans. I did not understand what Mr. Small's explaining when I was reviewing. I don't understand the curb cut location and its relationship to the building and where the parking is. It's not shown either, so, yeah.
It's off to the left, and I think one of the spots would be shooting into the front yard a little bit. So that is in fact the case. We'll be open to a proviso of no front yard parking.
Can you go to the, I think it's the second drawing. It's got some colors on it. That one right there. Yeah, that one right there. So if you zoom in on that, it says proposed curb cut, but it seems to be crossing somebody. Is that somebody else's land? I'm a little confused what's happening in that.
No, that is the owner of the property. The Leo's at 80. That's their property on that side.
So, but they would be accessing through a separate lot.
That's correct.
And is there proposed cross agreements that will allow this to continue into perpetuity should either one or the other lot be sold?
Yes.
There is, okay. Okay. Is this supposed to be a stick-built project?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on November 30, where the applicant addressed several of the concerns of the abutters. We recognize there's still some concerns regarding side and rear yard, but we consider this is going to be a good addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning. Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support. She would like to encourage the proponents to continue working with the abutters on their concerns. And my understanding is that the Covielos, those abutters, are on the call and would like to speak as well.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 4 letters of support, 2 letters of opposition. The opposition is parking.
Ms. Ambassador, they looked for a minute and a half like there was a call and raised hand.
I'm sorry? Is it?
It looked like there's a call
Oh, okay.
and
Oh, I
raised
see.
hand.
Okay, go ahead. Giuseppe, you've been unmuted?
Thank you. This is Roberto Coviello. I'm here with Giuseppe Coviello of 37 Boardman Street. We're speaking in opposition to this project. We did submit a letter outlining our concerns with this development, and we just want to take a minute of your time here just to kind of walk through our concerns and specifically outline how this particular project, specifically the variances that are being sought, 2 of the variances are going to harm Mr. Coviello's property. So
Okay,
just by
so
way of,
please, so I just, let me ask you not to read the letter, but to give us bullet points so we can understand quickly what your concern is.
Sure. So Mr. Coviello has 2 adjoining properties that directly abut 90 Ashley Street. It's 37 Boardman Street and 92 Ashley Street. Those 2 properties join at the rear. So that's the parcel of Mr. Coviello's property. The main concerns we have, which were brought up during the community meetings, while I understand Lena said that they do support this, I just want to make clear that the plans have not changed. We've brought these concerns up since the beginning, and there has been no changes to the plans or no attempt to work with those concerns. But at a high level, the 2 concerns we have are with the rear setback of basically, which is going to cause a 16.5-foot infringement of the rear setback area, as well as a 2-foot side setback area on Mr. Coviello's abutting side. So just for a visual, what that's going to create for him is a 33-foot high wall that's now 16.5 feet longer than it should be by code and 2 feet closer to his property. And that in itself is detrimental to his property. It's going to affect his
So let me ask you, does he have a building on his property?
He has 92 Ashley Street. He has a building on that property. It's a 2-family house. He also...
And on Boardman, what's on Boardman?
I think we may have lost his audio. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Is somebody else on who could help us?
Yes.
So tell us about Boardman.
So Boardman
Does he have
Street was a
property?
home. Yeah, that is another home on the property. That's where Mr. Coviello currently resides. And I will note, he did build that home under the existing zoning and did not require a single variance. And we just want to note that because we feel that demonstrates that Mr. DeLeo could also achieve meaningful use of his property while building within the confines of the existing code. And Mr. Coviello knows that firsthand.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So the yard, we were just referring to
Hold on. I think those directly respond to the violations. Is there another raised hand, Ms. Ambassador?
Yes, yep. Danielle, you've been unmuted. Hi, Danielle. Erkovich, can you hear us? Hi, Danielle. Okay. She might have some audio sound issues as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Small, can you please address why the applicant could not meet at least the side yard and have some more leeway on that rear yard?
Yes, Madam Chair. The side yard setback, again, the requirement is 7 feet, and our proposal was for 5. So it's a 2-foot difference on the side yard between the current vacant lot and Coviello's property line on that side.
So tell us why, because I have been looking at some of the projects this board has approved, allowing these variances, and on a map, 2 feet might look minimal, but in reality, when the buildings are built, they are pretty close to the abutters. So tell us why the 7 feet could not be accomplished?
Just the way the architect drew it up, I think that, we've had discussion with Coviello, had negotiations with them with regards to trying to, bring resolution to these issues. Dialogue will always continue as we move forward. We will.
Okay, how about the rear yard? How deep is the lot?
The rear yard requirement is 40 feet. Again, we have 23 and a half.
Yes, I know. How deep is the entire lot?
Oh,
Mr. Robinson, can you help on that?
I don't have that.
I'm actually not, it's 80 feet on the short, 80 feet-ish on the left-hand side is what's called out on the survey plan. The lot is a little bit askew, but yeah.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve a BPDA design review.
Mr. Ruggiero, would you consider not granting the side yard variance?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a second?
Yep, with that proviso.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So, Madam Chair, it's Jeff Hampton at the BPDA.
Yes.
If the board is not granted a side yard zoning relief, so our requirement to them would be to fix the design to make sure that it meets the side yard setback. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And if there can be any movement on the rear yard.
Okay.
That's great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members of the board, have a good day.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 115-9282, 97A Horace Street. There's a companion case, BOA 1159-269, 97 Horace Street. This is for 97A. This is erect a 2-unit residential dwelling with roof deck and auxiliary parking for 2 vehicles. The violation is Article 27G. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, ancillary parking use is conditional. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. Article 53, Section 57.2, conformity with an existing building alignment. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. This is for 97 Horace Street. Parking for 4 vehicles in the rear with 2 spaces reserved for 97A Horace Street, ancillary parking. The violation is Article 27T. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking design and maneuverability. Article 53, Section 8, ancillary parking is conditional. And Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is a proposal for a 2-family dwelling in the 2F zoning district located in the Harborview section of East Boston. We had originally proposed a larger project based upon comments we heard. We've reduced this down to an as-of-right use. The lot that the proposed structure is going on was a pre-existing 5,000 square foot lot with an existing 2-family dwelling on it. There was sufficient space to create a subdivision and to subdivide the lot into 2 conforming lots for which we are now proposing the 2-family dwelling. With respect to the companion case, the ancillary parking will create 2 parking spaces for the existing 2-family dwelling and then create 2 parking spaces for the proposed 2-family dwelling that would be accessed over Byron Street. There is an easement already in place over the property at 97 Horace Street that would allow for access for all vehicles to get to the rear of the property.
So Counselor, I'm still trying to understand. So 97, where is 97A?
97A, I believe, is what ISD is assigned for. If you go back to the site plan, we can identify what the specifics are. The site plan is forward.
97A is the new structure, I believe, and 97 is the corner existing
The
structure.
existing, correct. So maybe the next plan shows the site plan. Here we go.
There you go.
Yeah, so on the right side, if you're looking at the screen, the right side at the corner of Forest and Byron is the pre-existing two-family, and then the proposed two-family is sort of the middle portion of the screen. As you can see, at the rear of the property, the 4 parking spaces that would essentially straddle, two of them would straddle the lot line, and 2 would be located entirely within the boundary of 97. However, we would have access over 97 to allow for access to the entire parking area.
Okay, so I just need a little bit of clarification. Is it a proposed 2-family or 3-family? Because I think the previous slide showed it as a 3-family.
So two-family is what we've updated the plans for. And the plans for the board that were re-reviewed back in January by ISD are for 2-family only.
Okay, and tell us about that proposed roof deck. How is it accessed?
Access by hatch, no head house proposed.
Okay.
To the upper level unit. With respect to the units that are being proposed, Madam Chair, Unit 1 is a 2-bedroom, about 1,400 square feet, and Unit 2 is a 3-bedroom at about 1,600 square feet. Each of the parking spaces that are being proposed would be each unit would have 1 parking space assigned to it, and the same would apply for the building at 97, which has also been converted to condos as well. So each of those would get a space. With respect to the violations, we're proposing an FAR of 1.73, which is in excess of the 0.8 that's allowed. Our building would be a total of 3 stories, but within the height limit of 35 feet. And we are proposing a rear yard condition, which is at about 23.5 feet to the rear property line. But I would point out that based upon the subdivision, that parking that would be located to the rear of the building, there's nothing located behind the rear property line but parking spaces. So for all intents and purposes, the rear yard is actually, or the distance between the building and the original rear property line is in excess of 30 feet.
And so is there screening and buffering proposed? Because I'm assuming where the vehicles are, you are at somebody's window?
Correct. If we can go to the site plan again, I do have some information on that, Madam Chair. So if we look in the upper corner, or the lower corner, the bottom left corner, you see the dotted line. That is not a parking space. That has been added as a buffer and screening space. There'll also be screening and buffering along the back property line as well as fencing. And then we do add a buffer closest to the sidewalk at Byron Street as well. So the parking spaces are essentially pushed towards the middle of both lots. And then on the ends, you have buffering and landscaping for both edges.
Okay, and okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. There is a bedroom shown in the lower level that is below grade, proposed to be egressed with windows, as well as a family room on the lower, in the basement. I guess I'm nervous, to be honest, about the side yard setback of 3 feet. I mean, the density of the street does have some space between the buildings, and this, I think the rendering showed it fairly accurately, that feels like we're squeezing this in a little bit. I think the proportions of the building, I think, are fine in terms of its aesthetic. I just feels like it might be kind of getting smushed in between 2 buildings.
Madam Chair, through the chair, Mr. Robinson, I think the rendering probably doesn't do it justice. The setback required for the 2F 2000 district is 2.5 feet. This is proposed at 3 feet to allow for the openings. So we are a little bit more than what the setback allows. And there are other instances along this section of Forest Street. We've done very similar projects on 2,000 and 2,500 square foot lots with 3-foot setbacks, and the rhythm seems to work pretty well. I don't think the rendering is doing it justice.
You know what? I think the point too is that, we are not interested in new construction with basement bedroom occupancy. Just so that you know, as we continue to talk about this and review the plans. Any other questions from the board?
Can we
Madam
just go
Chair,
to the,
Secretary here. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
can we just go to the floor plans of the units again? What's on the third floor?
So levels 1 and 2, levels basement and level 1, Mr. Giro, through the chair, is unit 1, and levels 2 and 3 are the upper unit. So each unit has its, is bi-level.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico from BTD has spoken this one as well. I'll put it into the record. Regarding 97 Horace Street, reduce the number of parking spaces to 3 due to the lack of adequate maneuverability.
Madam Chair, may I be heard on this?
Hold on. Let me just get information on the record, and then we will hear from you, okay?
Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak on this project?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support of this proposal. During the community process, the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters. This proposal received support from Harborview Neighborhood Association, and as well, we received 18 letters of support from abutters. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
So go ahead, Counselor, please respond.
So with respect to the parking, we're certainly sensitive to maneuverability, and I think one of the reasons that comment may have come up is because of the amount of buffering that we're adding. The direct abutter to our right had specifically requested we not locate parking so close to that property line. I think we would be able to probably have better maneuverability, but I don't think maneuverability is such that it would be impossible to have the 4 parking spaces, especially across a 50-foot width of property line. I know that I have other projects.
Counselor, I think it's easily accommodated by just angling them a little bit. You know, that should definitely change the maneuverability on it.
Sure.
So may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a BPDA design review. I think if we look a little bit at that roof line, whether we do like a mansard or do pitched with dome is, it will match the rest of the buildings better and not look as wedged. So I'd like to have them look at that.
Can we eliminate the bedroom and the basement?
Yeah, and no bedroom in the basement.
Is there a second?
Can we also add BTD review, because they are showing also a 14-foot curb cut, which I think is probably excessive.
Okay. So there's approval with BPDA design review for roof line to eliminate the bedroom in the basement, and additionally for BTD design review on curb cut. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-2426, 81 to 81A Prince Street. This is a change of occupancy from 4 apartments to 1 store to 5 apartments. Condo Unit C, renovate the ground floor commercial space and convert to a 2-bedroom residential unit. Structural repairs to create code-compliant ceiling height in the basement and construct a new roof deck for Unit 1 above the building L. The violations, Article 54, Section 10, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 54, Section 10, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Daniel Toscano. I'm at 1 State Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. I represent 81 Prince Street LLC. Adam Stavro is on the line with us, and also the architect from Context Design, Eric Zachrison. He's on the line as well. So this is a change of occupancy. This is an existing building in the north end and Prince Street. It's in the multifamily residential and local services sub-district. It's currently a 4-family commercial space. The commercial space is on the first floor. It's been utilized as storage for at least 50 years, as long as I can remember. It was probably before my time that it was utilized as a pizza establishment. So the owner tried to to market this as a commercial space, but over the last few years has gotten no tenant. So we'd like to convert this commercial space to residential, a unit, a duplex, and extend some living space into the basement. It'll be a 1,400 square foot residential unit. It's 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath. As you're looking at the floor plan right there. So in the middle photo is your first floor, which is the ground level. You'll have your bedrooms on the first floor, some study area, and you'll have your 2 full baths. And it has an outdoor patio space, which some open space in the back. On the left-hand side is your lower level, which will have your kitchen and your living space and a half bath. The ceiling height is 7'6". There's a second means of egress. What is unique about this is below grade, but you'll see the front. If you go back to the middle photo, you'll see the front. There are some oversized windows that we're proposing, and that we're losing some floor, some living space because we're setting the floor back. We're losing about 200 to 300 square feet of living space to create more of a mezzanine level, so we'll get sufficient and adequate light down into that lower level. So that whole front area is going to be open to the downstairs lower level. And if the violations that we encountered, the floor area ratio, the requirement in this district is 3. We are currently at a 3.82, which is over, so it's pre-existing. And where the proposed is 3.89. And the reason for the limited amount of increase in FAR is because we're eliminating some of that living space on the first floor to create that mezzanine level so we can get that light into the lower level.
Okay, Counselor, hold on a second. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good, actually.
Yes, they do look interesting. Anybody here, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition to this project?
Madam Chair, Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. We think it's a modest proposal. They do have support from abutters, and they've also received support from both civic associations in that area. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair. Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mark Fortune. We have 2 letters of support from the North End Waterfront Association.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Robinson, I just sent you a message. I want to just open 90 Ashley Street for a minute.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you.
Oh, sorry, you're welcome.
That's okay. Thank you.
Good luck. I just want to look at 90 Ashley Street because the issue that concerns me that I kind of must have not been paying attention to was the flood hazard district regulations. So I want to make sure that in this recommendation that we did for approval with design review, that we are not giving relief for any construction below that base flood elevation.
I agree with that.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So I'd like to just open that and make sure that that's part of the record. Likewise, Jeff, when design review occurs, please make sure that there's no relief for flood hazard, okay?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You good, Madam Chair?
Yes, please go ahead. Next
We're going to go to the next case, calling BOA 112-3439, 26 Howell Street. This will enclose 3 rear porches, turning into office access from the bedroom. Replace a window with new door to access the office area and add new exposed rear decks at each level. The violations, Article 65, Section 9, floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Anderson Bazzetti, representing the Steve Chrisman, the homeowner. Good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us what's being proposed.
The proposal we have was a 3 rear porch is being enclosure for extra room on the house because the people request, because they are working from home, they don't have enough space. They use the living room as an office, and they come up to the homeowner asking for those. And he accepted and proposed this changing. We're not adding any space. We just enclosure what we have, and after we enclosure those porches, we are adding 3 decks on the back of those porches.
Okay, so tell us from the edge of the deck to the property line, how many feet is that?
From the edge of the deck to the rear of the house?
Yep, to the rear property line.
It's around over 25 feet, something like that.
If you go to the site, plan, it's actually dimensioned at 38 feet to the rear, as you can see there, to the deck, and then 47 feet to the face of the building.
Okay.
It's quite a large rear yard. Thanks.
Yes, we have a very large space, yes.
Okay, so hold on. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal or in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. The applicant notified all of his abutting neighbors, and there was outreach completed to the McCormick Civic Association. There was no concerns raised at this time, so we'd like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on record in support of the applicant.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Make a motion to support.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-58387, 122 West 9th Street. This is to build a new roof deck. The violations, Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard setback, and Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restriction. Name and address for the record, please. Was 122 West 9th Street on?
Amanda, are you on for 122 West 9th? Amanda?
I'm here, but Marcos, yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Marcos should be speaking.
Marcos?
Is he? Marcos Severino, is he on the line?
Yeah, Marcos is on. He's unmuted. Marcos, can you hear us? He may have some connectivity issues. Not sure if you want to.
Let's move to the next project, please. Mr. Fortune, are you going to?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to call it into the record, but I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-9025, 34 East Springfield Street. This is a rehab of an existing 4-story row house into 5 one-bedroom affordable rental apartments. The violations, Article 32, Section 32-4. This is in the Groundwater Conservation Overlay District. Article 64, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 64, Section 10, the density and limitation regulation. And Article 64, Section 34, roof structure restrictions, an enlarged dormer. Article 64, Section 36, off-street parking and loading. Article 64, Section 8.2, basement units are forbidden. And Article 64, Section 9, floor to air ratio is excessive. For the record, Madam Chair, I am recusing myself for this case.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, applicant.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Matthew Zoller, 313 Elliott Street, Milton, Mass. I am the developer for the project, working in connection with the BHA. I was awarded this opportunity to redevelop what was formerly part of West Newton Rutland housing development. This is a 19th century, mid-19th century Italianate row house on 34 East Springfield Street.
Okay, just hold on for 1 minute. Is Christian Simonella on?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. We have both the Boston Water and Sewer approval letter and the engineered no harm letter.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So these are all proposed as one-bedroom units. Tell us about that basement unit.
Sure, it's all of the units with the exception of the fourth floor are 760 square feet, gross square feet, and the fourth floor is 625 square feet. The basement unit is a typical South End garden style unit with full access at the back. It's going to be an accessible unit with its door, as you can see, to the alley in the back.
Excellent. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Crucioli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of the proposal. An abutters meeting was held on October 15th, 2020, where support was shown. They also have support from the Western Square Area Neighborhood Association, which also met with the applicant in October. The income restricted units will benefit and be a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office would like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Elijah Michael Flaherty, Councilor to go on record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Karen Foley, Boston City Council, Anissa Wasabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have a message that came in from Carolyn Barry. Carolyn, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Carolyn Barry from the Boston Housing Authority. We support the project at 34 East Springfield.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
With EPA design review?
This is in the South End landmarks, so we don't, we won't do any review on it, Eric.
Thank you, that's correct.
Landmarks has already reviewed the project, just so you're aware. They support.
So there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And of course, Mark Fortune has recused himself on this. The next case, please.
Oh, Madam Chair, they also sent a message from the previous, I don't know if you want to go back or wait for West 9th. The attorney said that his mic should be all set. He was having issues. I don't know if you want to go to
Okay,
it.
We can go back to that one.
Okay.
For the record, calling BOA 115-8387, 122 West 9th Street. This is to build a new roof deck. The violation Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard setback, and Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions. Name and address for the record.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Madam Chair and members of the board. Here, Marcos Severino from Flow Design Architects, representing Amanda Kaplan at the address of 122 West 9th Street in Boston. Due to the pandemic, my representative Amanda, needed some space, and one of the only areas that we could actually produce that will be the roof, and we're basically trying to accommodate her goal into that.
Sorry, can you please tell us the dimension of that roof deck and how it's accessed?
Yes. So the roof will be about 18 by 13 feet. It will be, we're proposing a head house from the interior of the unit.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good, and I think this is no typical head house. Obviously, it has a lot of glass to bring in some natural light into the interior of the space.
So let me just ask the architect, have you looked at other options? Because this board generally does not like to approve head houses. So have you looked at other options?
We could potentially do access through the roof in a different way if the members would like us to do. Yeah, we are looking. It's just like the head house will give her enough headroom for her to actually be able to access it, which is the reason why we went that way.
Have you checked hatch access?
We have. We felt that it would give her a little bit more space if we do a small headroom, but we have. If that's something that you guys will want us to do, we could definitely look at that option.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. Amanda, the applicant, reached out to all the abutters, and we didn't hear any comments back. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have one letter of support.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Sorry, I would like to comment on this. Anna from Councilor Flink's office.
Hi, Anna, we were missing you. Go ahead.
Good morning, sorry, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Anna Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition based on feedback from neighbors and the City Side Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Anna, do you know what that opposition was based on? Was it based on the head house?
It's based on the roof deck in general, the noise that it brings into the into the area.
Okay, thank you. And let me just check in with the architect. I'm assuming that this is only for that unit, the top unit? Okay. Given that information. Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion for approval, but with the proviso that the head house be changed to a hatch access.
And with design review?
Yes.
Is there a second? All those in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-7716, 1750 to 1758 Dorchester Avenue. There's no work to be planned. Need to complete an abandoned chain of occupancy long permit, a hair salon for 25 years. Violations Article 65, Section 8. A hair salon is a conditional use in an MFR LS subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please.
This is Eric Robinson. I'll be recusing myself from this case.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Name and address for the record, please.
Jennifer Maher, 1752 Dorchester Ave.
So please tell us what you're proposing to do.
So I got this already existing salon through the real estate agent and through Demetrios, the owner of the retail spot. When I went to do all the paperwork, they told me that there was a permit to turn it into a salon, but it was never followed through. So the permits were abandoned. So when I went in there, all the work was already done. The only thing I did was basically paint the walls and put in the salon furniture. So I was just trying to get the change of occupancy legalized.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are fine. There's no work plans. It's just existing conditions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition for this project?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in full support of this occupancy change. We've worked with the applicant and the Office of Economic Development. They've reached out to the St. Mark Civic Association, and we look forward to them continuing in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Patrick, are there any grates on that frontage?
Yes, ma'am.
There are grates? Okay, thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on full support of this applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record of support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the design review for the frontage and grades.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
You want the grades removed, Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes, and by the way, for this applicant only.
Okay.
Okay.
Calling the next
I'm
case.
making sure. I don't want to do design review on grades.
Oh, yes.
Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 108-2468-1515 River Street. This is a conversion of basement into livable space, changed from a two-family into a three-family. The violations, Article 69, Section 8, this basement units are forbidden and a three-family use is forbidden. Article 69, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient, and Article 69, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross with a business address of 1 International Place. I'm joined on the call by the owner of this property, Godfrey, and his wife, Abigail Nguoyu. They're 22-year residents of this existing two-family property. The proposal here is to add a third unit. The Nguoyus have 3 adult children. So the plan is to create a third unit in the basement of this existing two-family to make it a three-family for their daughter, Nora. It would be a 700 square foot unit, but it would be within the existing FAR of the property. So you'd be just extending the living space with this unit into the basement of the unit. There's probably a better ground floor plan actually that I can show you of the basement. Recognizing the sensitivity that this board has to the basement living, let me just tell you a little bit about what they've planned.
So Councilor, before you go down that route, and if the applicant is on this call, just to understand that the relief that this board grants goes with the property and not with the ownership. So we just need to make sure that that's on the record, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And he understands this. This is the right slide to be on. So what you have here is essentially the remaining mechanicals will be on the right-hand side of the building, but I mean of the floor plan. The remainder of the floor plan is living space. It's designed as a 3-bed, but it's really a 2-bed with a office in there. The heights are 7'8", mostly 7 feet 8 inches throughout.
So please, to clarify, as we are looking at this plan here, which bedroom is eliminated to become an office?
It would probably be the one that's on the bottom of the screen there, given the fact that these 2 bedrooms at the top have these large openings that have been created that provide ample air and light. These are 5x4, window boxes that have been cut into the ground to allow for a 3-foot-by-4 window in each of these new openings, and that will create ample light and air in that regard. As I mentioned, that the existing FAR is such that they're allowed to do this additional work without increasing on that. The violations are really limited only to the size of this corner lot in this 2F5000 subdistrict.
But I think the real tipping point here is that basement units are forbidden.
Yes, that is the case. And so, given the 22-year history of the owners living there.
Okay, Colette, can you please go back to the site plan? Because I just kind of want to see how the bedrooms are placed in relation to the parking spots, because it looks like they may have 2 curb cuts. Is that true? And tell us how this is all going to work.
Yeah. So there's only a single existing curb cut coming off of if you just pan back just a little bit more, if you zoom out just a little bit more, coming off of the side street there. This is a corner lot. So we're maintaining that curb cut. We did create space for maneuverability and parking for the existing and additional parking. We're not cited for any parking issues.
My concern is that bedroom windows and I just need to understand how bedroom windows work with proposed parking in case they need to be used as an emergency means of egress.
Right, gotcha. Okay, so the proposed parking space at the bottom of the screen, that comes up to, I think, about where the bathroom is, just before the end of the bathroom. The 2 bedrooms have their kind of unobstructed windows, and there's an elevation, but I think this is probably the best one to look at it, to the right of that parking space. So there would be no car in front of those 2 bedrooms. Those are where the 2 bedrooms are on that side of the property.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I think the issues are being brought forth. I do believe, so the plans are actually 180 degrees to this, so I just want to make sure. It does look like the window well might be encroaching in on that proposed parking spot. If you look at the plans, I guess I just want to make sure, because they do extend out 3 feet plus, so just want to make sure we don't have an issue. If you can see how those are extending out beyond the footprint of the building, and the car showing is right.
So you have that mechanical room, Mr. Robinson, that gives you that buffer that I believe allows that car to pull right up before it hits that window well.
Okay.
Did the applicant ever explore doing a bi-level unit?
Well, it's interesting. As I was listening to you talk about some of these other basement units, that's kind of a thought that went through my head. If for some reason this wasn't allowed to proceed, this isn't a this has been a very kind of a family that hasn't done a lot of development and wanted to do something that was more affordable and wouldn't require the relocation of kitchens and duplexing of the upstairs units into the basement. And so there would be a lot more, I think, cost to do that type of renovation for this particular family. And that's why they wanted to put forward adding a simple unit for their daughter, Nora, to this property.
Can I ask a question, Counselor, just to make sure? Because as they're transitioning from a 2-family to a 3-family, there are building code issues associated with sprinklers and other life safety things that I believe will be triggered for the entire structure. Are they aware of those costs?
Yes, I mean, the architect, CBC architect is competent, has been advising them on this, has done these types of projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Robertson, are there drawings that show the relationship of the basement floor plan to grade in terms of elevations?
Sort of, yeah. You can go to A32, I believe it is.
If you keep going, there's
keep
no.
Going. That's the existing condition. There is some change in the grade. Keep going to the next slide. For the next few. This is probably the best view of how you can see how the grade does seem to is shaped. Not sure if that's natural grade or if what they're proposing, but there are the dimensions to the left-hand side of the windows. Even though they're not reading as well on this screen, they read better on mine. But where you can see the sill of the window looks to be about 3 feet 2 inches, I think, off of the floor. That 3'2" dimension actually is calling out the sill. And the 3'8"
dimension is grade to is floor Is floor to grade?
Floor to sill, not floor to
Yeah,
sill.
actually, you're right. It's floor to sill. The lines are crossing up on this one too. Yes, you're right. Mr. Ehrlich, it's 3.8 to the sill, 3.2, maybe that's to the bottom of the well is what it looks like now that I see that. Okay. Yep.
The architect was careful to maintain, I believe what he said was 44 inches.
Yeah.
There's a note there right below.
Yeah, 44 is code, but I mean, that's not really the point.
And so, the first floor unit, how many bedrooms, how many square feet?
No, I believe it's just under 100 square feet. We could go
No,
back.
I'd like to know the dimensions and bedrooms of the other two units.
Oh, the other two units. There actually is a floor plan of the other two units. We're not doing any work in the other two units, but I can,
So we just want to understand what the number of bedrooms are on
If you
this property.
scroll to A2.1, it shows the layout of the second and third and the other floors and the first floor.
thank you, Mr. Robinson. Here we go.
There goes 2 and 3, yeah. And then you can see the existing first floor on the next slide up.
So, so what, is it a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom? Existing first floor has 3 bedrooms. Okay, so it's 3 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, right?
I believe that's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
There's no work being done on these upper units.
Okay. Any questions, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. They've been doing outreach with, the applicants have been doing outreach since I believe last September with their neighbors. There are letters of support on record that should have been forwarded to the board. There were no concerns that came up in their January abutters meeting related to this additional unit. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Can we add with no building code relief?
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second with no building code relief. Ligris?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm
For
opposed.
the who's opposed?
Mark Ehrlich.
I too I'm in opposition. However, the motion does carry, so it's been approved with no building code relief.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 114-9583, 73 to 75 DeSoto Road. There's a companion case, BOA 114-9574, 77 DeSoto Road. This is for 73 to 75 DeSoto. This is subdivide parcel into 2 with 2 new family dwelling to be constructed on the portion of the parcel of combo lots of 136 and 137 to be 73 and 75 DeSoto. The remaining parcel of lot 138 for minor work in exiting the house at 77 DeSoto. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of off-street parking. Article 56, Section 7, two-family use is forbidden in a 1F 6,000 subdistrict. Article 56, Section 8, the lot area is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 56, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. This is for 77 DeSoto Road, subdivide parcel into 2 with the existing house at 77 DeSoto to remain in one portion, lot 138. The new portion will be 136, 137 for the construction of 73 to 75 DeSoto. The violations, Article 56, Section 8, the lot area is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the lot width is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the lot frontage is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, the usable space is insufficient. And Article 56, Section 8, side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street, 3802 in Boston. With me today is Derek Rubinoff, excuse me, who is the architect on the project, and Peter Sugarides, who is the property owner. Madam Chair, Peter grew up down the street, so he's very familiar with the neighborhood and the area, and saw an opportunity here to upgrade this property, which is a 7,000 square foot lot. It's a bit of, excuse me, of an oversized lot in the area. This is a 1F 6,000 zoning subdistrict. You can see it here. This is perfect, Colette. It's on the corner.
So let me just ask you, so this is a 1F 6,000 lot, and the existing, existing structure at 77 DeSoto is a one-family?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so there's an existing single-family house on the lot. You can see it here with the arrow pointing to it. It is, to be honest, it's been let go a little bit. It's in need of some repair and some renovation. And also, you can see there's actually a second building on the property. You can see it on this aerial through the trees on the lot. That actually is a detached garage that has fallen into substantial disrepair. If you scroll down to this page, you can see it here on the bottom right. That's a detached garage that's been non-conforming since 1993. It actually was used previously as a retail use in a resident business for one of the folks who lived in that single-family home. So there are actually two structures on the lot. And the lot, the building that would be torn down and demolished to make room for the proposed new two-family would be that garage. So the proposal is to
So let me just ask you, if this is a one-family zone and you're just 1,000 feet above what's required, this proposal puts 77 in jeopardy by decreasing their lot area. And then the proposal at 7375 introduces a non-conforming use into the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. If you could go back to slide 3, Colette, one up. Madam Chair, you can see here what the proposal is, and I can answer both your questions. The proposal is to subdivide the property. It actually originally was 3 parcels at one point when this neighborhood was first laid out. And you can see here that, reconfiguring the lot into 2 lots is actually fairly contextually appropriate. You can see there's a 2,800 square foot lot right behind and a 4,200 square foot lot right behind. There's also much smaller lots around us at 2,100 square feet, 3,200, et cetera. So it would parcel the lot up, but it's not out of keeping with how the neighborhood exists. There are larger lots. There are smaller lots as well. As far as the question about the utilization, it would be a 2-family in a 1F zone. So we are seeking zoning relief for that new 2-family. However, again, we thought this map here was from the assessor's office was important to show you that, contextually there are 2 families. There actually are 3 families, not only right across the street, but down the street on DeSoto, closer to Washington Street. So it wouldn't be necessarily out of context for this 1F zone. It is a 1F zone, but it's not really a true single-family area. And I would also say, Madam Chair, to that point, we actually are complying with all the yard setbacks, and we're under the building height. So the impacts on the neighborhood would be, we're not building out to the lot lines here to allow for this. We're actually able to, again, fit contextually, and if you could see from the renderings that were at the beginning, it doesn't look out of place. So although we need zoning relief for the use, its impacts are lessened based on how we're able to comply with the building height and the setbacks.
No, I understand how the character changes as you get closer to Washington Street. I just want to clarify whether 74, 76 seem to be anomalies to what's going on the rest of the street. Is that, can you clarify that?
No, actually 68, yes, Madam Chair. So if you zoom out a little bit, Colette, you can see actually right next door on 68-70 actually is a 3-family as well. And then as you go closer down towards towards Washington Street, there's another 4,200 square foot lot that actually has a very similar two-family duplex that is number, I believe, 62 DeSoto and 59 DeSoto are two-family. I also would state, Madam Chair, that this is a corner lot, although, you know, the new building is just off the corner. You know, it is a corner lot, and so that does play into the impacts of the neighborhood as well. And I would say too, Trevor Street or Trevor Street, depending on how you pronounce it, is a dead-end street. It is a private way that dead ends up against, that's the cemetery right there. So understanding your point, but would suggest that contextually it is appropriate. And, you know, as you get further down DeSoto, possibly there are smaller lots, but you could even see at 91 DeSoto, a few down, there is a massive 12,600 square foot lot. So the area kind of does have, you know, a wide range of lot sizes and uses.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I have one question, Counselor. The dimension of the existing curb cut that you're obviously going to reconfigure, what is that? Do you know the dimension of that? It looks oversized existing, and then what are the proposed size of the curb cuts you're looking to add in? Because you're adding two now to provide parking for each dwelling unit, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Derek Rubinoff's the architect in the project. Derek, do you happen to know that answer on the existing curb cut?
I'm just trying to find that right now. I can tell you that the proposed curb cuts, I believe, are 12 feet, whatever is required. And the existing one looks to be a bit larger than that. I don't think I have an exact dimension. I'm looking at the street view right now. It actually is, I see, it's a double curb cut. There's two parking spaces that are on the site right now, one in front of the garage and one kind of just beside the garage that were both used for the garage when it was an upholstery shop, I think. And so that curb cut looks to be about at least 20, maybe 24 feet, the existing one. So the total curb cut won't really change here on DeSoto in terms of like.
And Mr. Robinson, your point, you know, on the parking, if you look at slide 7, you'll see the parking. It's two tandem spaces for each townhouse. They're 12 feet, about 12 feet wide, a little bit less, and it would fit two cars for each of these units. These units are both 3 bedrooms. So we would have 2 spaces for the 3 bedrooms. And again, this is meant to be side-by-side condo for, you know, a young family to move into the neighborhood and put down roots.
Madam Chair, Bob D'Amico has spoken on this as well. Maybe I can elaborate for him. In regards to 7375 DeSoto, he has a total of 40 feet for their proposed driveways on both sides. If they plan to work 2 cars in each driveway, it will result in front yard parking.
Yep.
Would that be, is that the length of the parking you're saying is 40 feet?
Correct. That's what's shown on the plan, on the site plan.
I see it now, yeah. Mr. Fortune, we weren't cited for that zoning relief. I don't, you know, need to argue with that, but we weren't cited for that. What we were cited for is off-street parking within 5 feet of the side lot line.
That's correct.
Lot line, but that's a, you know, again, for West Roxbury, that's contextually appropriate. We thought it would be better to have the parking spaces off-street than not, and that's why we're proposing them as is.
Yeah, only 1 parking space is required.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board? Go ahead. Is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. The applicants completed a full community process and have received several letters of support from abutters, including abutters at 71 DeSoto, 76, and 83 DeSoto. In addition, they went before the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council in February and received a support vote 4-3. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Peter Favorito from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Oh, Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 2 letters of opposition.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
And Karen's not on? Okay, may I have a motion, please? So I suppose the motion for 77 DeSoto Road would be just plain approval, and then I need a motion, a different kind of motion for 7375.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of 77 DeSoto BOA 1149574.
Is there a second?
I'll second that,
All
Eric.
those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 73 to 75 DeSoto?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review. And BTD approval of the parking.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling in the
Thank you
next
very
case.
much.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1122507, 100 to 102 Brook Street. This is a constructed new two-story vertical addition with shed dormers on existing footprint. Construct a new exterior front porch and rear deck, and 3 existing off-street parking spaces. The violations, Article 51, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. And Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the
Attorney Moranci, sorry to interrupt. Attorney Moranci, this is Ligris. I'm going to recuse myself on this matter, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my address for the record, 350 West Broadway in South Boston. My client is City Realty. I'm also joined today by Tanya Carriere of Carlsa Design Project Architects. Madam Chair, members, this is an application for the renovation and extension of an existing 3-family dwelling at 100-102 Brook Street in Ward 22. The zoning district is a 2F 5000 under Article 51, the Alston-Brighton Neighborhood District. Madam Chair, members, the proposal here is to keep the existing 3-family occupancy, to extend the building by means of a vertical extension that will transform the building from its current 1.5-story structure to a 3-story structure with shed dormers. The violations are for FAR. The maximum FAR in this subdistrict is 0.6. Existing is 0.78. The resulting FAR, were this to be approved, would be 1. There's a height violation for story height only. This is a 2.5-story, 35-foot district. The resulting 3-story building would be violative of the maximum story height. It would be, in terms of vertical feet, 30 feet above grade to the mean of the gable, since upon the renovation it would maintain its current gable profile roof.
Mr. Moranci, so if the occupancy is staying the same, can you tell us how the unit sizes change?
I can. I just wanted to address the zoning. I just have 2 more. I'll be very quick. There's a side yard violation. There's no change in the existing footprint of the building. The side yard setback violation notes purely to the vertical extension. And of course, there's a cited violation for extension of a non-conforming use, since it is a 2F district and a 3F district. And an existing 3-family that's remaining a 3-family. In terms of the units, the 3 units would be as follows. Unit 1 would be 1,536 square feet, a 2-bedroom unit. Unit 2, 1,540 square feet, a 3-bedroom unit. Unit 3, 1,603 square feet, also a 3-bedroom unit. The unit count for the building would go from 6 bedrooms presently to 8 bedrooms. There would be about an addition of 1,268 square feet, which results in the FAR violation that I mentioned. It's worth pointing out, Madam Chair, members.
Let me just ask you again. Does City Realty never are these proposed for sale or rental?
These are getting now, unfortunately. These are rental units, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then can you address the parking? Is this front yard parking that I see?
Yeah.
I just saw it in passing.
Right, I was just about to speak to that. The parking is existing. It's an existing condition, and it is a permitted condition. The front, it is indeed front yard parking. It benefits from a use of premises permit that was issued to a previous owner on May 20th, 2004. For those three front yard vehicles, parking for the three vehicles in the front yard, and the curb cut obviously is also existing.
And is that because of the contours of the land? Is that a steep slope in the rear?
There is a slope. It does slope down to the rear. I'm not sure if that is the reason why the parking is located where it is. Again, that was something that was done under a previous owner. But there is a pronounced grade change, which I guess is a neat segue into the issue of the basement living space. So there has been basement living space there. You can see on some of the side elevations, sheet A300 and A301, that with the pronounced slope down from grade in the front, the rear of the building where the bedrooms would be is at grade in the rear. And as I said, that basement space is existing. There's actually going to be a reduction in the amount of living space in the basement. There's currently about 1,164 square feet down there. That's going to be reduced to 802 square feet of actual unit space with Unit 1. The rest of the basement would be used for basement mechanicals and storage, including bicycle storage.
Colette, can you show us the layout of the proposed basement space, please?
And that would be sheet A100, Colette.
Counselor, while she's going to that page, just as the lower level unit is actually a part of a duplex. Is that correct? So
that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, it's actually, I believe, a triplex.
I see. Yes.
Mr. Robinson. Yeah, if you look at sheet A021, Unit 1 has 803 square feet of living space in the basement level, 733 on the first floor, and 676 on the second floor level.
So tell us about, is the floor to ceiling height in the basement, and what exactly is the occupancy proposed down there? I'm just having a hard time seeing it.
So Unit 1, and again, if Colette finds sheet A-021 or A100, they both show the basement use. The basement is 2 bedrooms, again, situated towards the rear where the building is at grade. The front is bicycle storage and a common mechanical room for the 3 units. The ceiling height in the basement is 7 feet 10 inches.
And what's the floor to sill height?
36 inches.
Okay.
There's a full walkout door at grade in the basement level as well.
Any other questions? Mr. Robinson, did I ask you if the plans were adequate?
Yes. No, you didn't, but they are. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, is there anything that can be done to redesign to avoid front yard parking?
Honestly, I don't think so, except eliminating it. The building doesn't have, the building situation on the lot doesn't allow for, the driveway down for parking in the rear.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunately, no. I know that this would never be approved today. I don't know if it went to the Board of Appeal in 2004, but, I am looking at the application and the issued use of premises permit, so it was approved.
Yeah, no, I looked at it on Google Maps, and there is, there's not an obvious remedy, but it sort of sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it does.
Other than the Board of Appeal, how could that permit be issued for front yard parking?
That question, I'm not sure if it was a rhetorical question. If you're asking me my opinion, I would assume it went to the Board of Appeal. I don't know that for a fact. Of course, it was 2004, and obviously I was not involved.
Okay. So no more questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. The Mayor's Office conducted 2 abutters meetings, the first on January 21st, 2020, and the second on September 10th, 2020. The second abutters meeting, there were still some lingering concerns from some abutters, but overwhelmingly it was positive. A number of abutters spoke in support. And they went on to the Brighton Alston Improvement Association, received their support as well. We think this is going to be a modest increase in density, and they've done a nice job with the design, incorporating a lot of historical elements to the building's history as a library and a school, I believe. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, we have one letter of opposition.
Madam Chair, I have a few raised hands. All right, Maura McCray, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. This is Maura McCray from Councilor Breeden's office. We'd like to go on record as being in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dave?
Hi, all. Good morning. I live 3 houses down at 112-114 Brooks. We've been, obviously involved in this. I wanted to voice my support. They've been working well with us in the community. A lot of that stuff, like you guys mentioned, the parking is pre-existing, so I don't really see how you could do anything about it. They kept the same amount of units, I believe. And that raise, whatever the violation was for the stories, it's actually, I think, the same height as my house and one of the other neighboring houses. And just a side note, the historical stuff, again, like was just mentioned, I believe it was a school. It's nice that they're keeping that in shape and, not going nuts, changing something that was already in the neighborhood historically.
All set for raised hands.
Can I hear from Annabelle Gomes, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from Brighton Alston Improvement Association. We voted to support it. One of the major comments was the improvement of the exterior and bringing in some historical elements to improving the look outside, and that gained support. Thank you.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Well, I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review with special attention to they're showing nice landscaping and new pavers for the parking, and I want to make sure that is retained throughout the process.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-2875, 35 Honeywell Avenue. This is to convert a 2-family to a 3-family and close the second floor porch and create an additional living space in the basement and on the second and third floors to include third floor addition with decks. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking requirement. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking requirement, a 5-foot buffer requirement. Article 51, Section 8, 3-family in the 2-family subdistrict is forbidden. Article 51, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 51, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. And Article 51, Section 8, use and regulations, Table A footnote, basement units are forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alec Benelli from Fulgini and Norton with the business address of 10 Forbes Road on behalf of the owner and occupant of 35 Honeywell, Bobby Manley. And with me today is Mariana Degatti, the architect for the project. If you would please unmute her as well.
Sorry, what was the name?
Mariana Degatti.
Okay.
I'm already on mute, Alex. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Madam Chair, we're here today seeking variances for 35 Honeywell Ave to convert the existing 2-family into a 3-family by finishing the basement, expanding and enclosing a portion of the second floor rear porch, expanding the third floor living space, and reorienting the unit layout. The property is in an existing 2-family. It's an existing 2-family on a 3,346 square foot lot in a 2F 5,000 zoning subdistrict. The appeal, as I said, is for a 3-unit residence with 3 off-street parking spaces. Unit 1 is located on the first floor and basement. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom 2,161 square foot unit. The bedrooms are on the first floor. There's living space, storage, and a washer and dryer in the basement. The plans have been updated as a result of the community process to relocate the basement bedroom to the first floor. Unit 2 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,283 square foot unit. The change to the second floor includes the enclosure of a portion of the rear porch to convert it into a small mudroom.
Sorry for 1 second. Colette, can you please show us the plans? Go ahead, Alex, sorry.
Yep. Unit 3 is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 957 square foot unit. That includes an expansion of the living space, triggering a violation for the height. We're within the feet requirement, but it is a 2.5 zoning sub-district, and the proposal would be for a 3-story structure. The FAR is a pre-existing nonconformity. The proposal is to expand it from 2,774 square feet of living space and an FAR of 0.82 to 4,401 square feet and FAR of 1.32. The parking is an existing parking plan. The parking is on the right side of the property if you're standing on Honeywell. And as it's a corner lot, the parking would be in the rear if viewing the property from Atkins Street. There are 3 off-street parking spaces accessed by that existing curb cut on Honeywell. This is existing and would remain the parking plan. There is a front yard insufficiency and rear yard insufficiency as well.
So Counselor, let me just ask you a couple questions, okay? So this is in a 2F 5,000 district, and this lot is 3,346 square feet, and it already has a 2-family. Doesn't this already have maximum use of this property? Because you know that basement units are forbidden. So talk us through it. And the second question is, was this addressed at this board in the past?
To answer your last question first, I'm not aware if this address was previously at this board. Bobby Manley has been the owner and occupant of this property for some time. He lives there with his family. He's just looking to remain there and grow with his family. He's got children that are getting older, and he would like to remain there with his wife and his family. They plan on occupying the Unit 1, which is in the basement and first floor. We do appreciate that the board does not like to see basement units, and appreciating that concern, we've relocated the bedroom that was initially proposed in the basement to the first floor.
This is Eric. I do not have an updated plan set that shows, and we're looking on the one that we're seeing on the screen still shows the bedroom in the basement, I believe. I guess maybe it'd be helpful to understand how it was reconfigured to accept the bedroom on that first floor.
My apologies that you don't have the updated plans. That's frustrating. The bedroom that was in the basement is now on the first floor. So there's 2 bedrooms on the first floor with a master bath and a master closet off the bedroom. Mariana, would you be able to go into detail about the dimensions of the bedrooms on the first floor?
Yes, of course, Alex. No problem. Now, let me ask you, first of all, good morning. I would like to share with you the most up-to-date plans, if it's possible. I don't know if I have the ability to share my screen with you.
I don't think that's possible. So will you just talk Mr. Robinson through this?
Yes, I can make a quick description about the most up-to-date changes that we have done to this project. As Mr. Bonelli just explained, we used to have this basement unit for which we have then relocated. Now, let me quickly go through is.
Could I excuse, Madam Chair, should we defer this?
Yeah.
About having the
Yes.
plans?
Yeah, I think that would be,
I mean, I think part of me is interested in just seeing if this really has any merit. Because, as I stated before, this is a two-family dwelling on 3,300 square feet lot size, and the zoning already, it's already short on its requirement. And then, there's this proposed expansion into the basement, which just seems to, pack things through. So that was the only reason I kind of wanted to follow it to the end of its course.
I feel like there's no point in going through the process without a set of plans that
I would agree.
Robinson and the rest of us can follow. Being talked through the plans is not a legitimate.
Okay, so may I have a motion, please, then?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
You'll have a date of June 8th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Calling the next case. It's calling BOA. Calling BOA 115-9371, 185 Beach Street. This is a kitchen addition at the rear. The violation is Article 67, Section 9. This is side yard insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. That goes to that.
Hello, I'm Joshua Rosewood from Rosewood Architects, 11 Humphrey Street, Dorchester, Mass. And I'm also here with the homeowners, Stephen Poftak and Kathleen Flinton. The project is a rear addition to the owner's house at 185 Beach Street, Ward 20. We're seeking relief for the extension of an existing insufficient side yard setback. The project proposes a two-story rear addition off the house. It will align with the existing building sides as well as roof line, and will not extend into the rear yard setback, and will not extend it will not create a new violation on the side yard setback either.
So 2 questions, Josh. Did you move from Roxbury then?
No, this is not my house. I'm the architect for
Oh,
this.
yeah, I see. Okay.
No, I've not moved.
And I see that Kathleen is on. Please say hi to Steve. So please talk. So this looks like a pretty simple proposal. How many square foot addition is it?
It's about 640 square foot addition on 2 floors.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson, you're on mute.
Sorry. This is the only plan I have as well, just a site survey. I don't have any elevations or floor plans to assess what exactly is going on, unless I missed those in the package.
They should have all been part of the package that got submitted with the.
Because I did get an update. I did get an updated package. I think it was yesterday, or the day before, but the file still only has this one file. Do you have, Colette? Is there any more drawings of this? Okay.
I'm confused by that because we submitted them all with the building application and with the ZBA application.
So let me just ask you, so this is a 2-story, 640 square foot addition. The only insufficiency is the side yard because it's an existing side yard violation, right?
That's correct.
And it looks like, if I'm looking at the site plan, it's at the Giovanni Giala property line. Is that where the violation is?
That is correct, yes. And the my clients have met with their neighbors and they have wide support in the community and have submitted letters of support to the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services.
So this project, this piece of property is down the street from me, a couple blocks over, and it looks like it would be a insignificant. You would not be able to tell from the street that anything was going on back there.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And so this is a 2-floor addition, is that, because there is a slope on the property, so is it the basement and first floor?
No, the basement will remain just storage for garden equipment, and the first floor and the second floor are the usable areas.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to, go ahead.
Is that considered front yard parking?
Yeah, but
Parking is existing. That's an existing parking spot that's there. We're not touching that.
yeah, it's existing, and because the street is so hilly, that's the only way to get cars off the street. So is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant did conduct outreach to their neighbors. There are letters of support on record. And as mentioned, this kitchen addition is a very modest proposal that's not going to have any impact on the community. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a raised hand from Kathleen. Kathleen, are you here to speak in support or opposition for this project?
She's the applicant, Jessica.
All right.
Yes, pardon, I was just making myself known. Thank you to the chair.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
that's you, Steve. Oh, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Madam Chair.
I see no additional raised hands then.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but that the architect hold signature on the stamp until he gets a chance to review the full set of plans.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go to the recommendations that were heard down here at 1010 Mass Ave, so I'm going to call those into the record. We'll at least need a motion to approve afterwards. Calling the first case, BOA 1130472, 754 to 756 East 6th Street. Was a rectangle deck. The rear of the property was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1151698, 252 West 3rd Street. Was to erect a roof deck. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1157542, 6 Viking Street. Was a renovation of 2-family, legal occupancy changed to a 2-family. Was approved with BPDA with no bedrooms in the basement. Case BOA 1111651, 165 Harvard Street, was an addition, extension bedroom to the bathroom. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 111-88242, 88842, 28 Hilltop Street. It was remodel a kitchen, remove windows. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1149775, 7 Mather Street, was a demo existing front porch and erect 2-level front porch on the same footprint. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1153476, 27 Lennoxdale Avenue, was an attic expansion and dormer, an existing 1,324 square foot, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1158667, 1616 Dorchester Avenue, was a proviso, Tri-Food Seafood. It was approved with that proviso for that particular person only. Case BOA 1131843, 35 Roslyn Street, was a moved garden to new location and laid out drawings for 1-story addition. Was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1135712, 26 Orchard Street, was a first floor alteration, removal of walls, second floor, 3 bedrooms, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1151329, 64 Radcliffe Road, was deferred to the 51321 subcommittee. Case BOA 1155715, 28 Roseberry Road was deferred to the 41521 Subcommittee. Case BOA 1152298, 59 to 61 Archdale Road was denied without prejudice. Case BOA 1153363, 36 Miami Avenue was a proposed second-story addition. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1149440, 659 Donnell Street. This was a existing roof frame, new walls, roof for third floor addition. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1157053, 58 Montclair Avenue. It was an addition, a family room. The rear of the property was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 1065297, 16 Dustin Street. It was deferred to the 41521 Subcommittee. Case BOA 1124052, 181 Maple Street. It was deferred to 51321, the Subcommittee, re-advertisement. Case BOA 1065948, 44 Worley Street, was to add a dormer on the left side of the house, approximately 11 feet by 11 and a half. It was approved with BPDA and no basement living space. Madam Chair, that concludes the subcommittee on March 18th of 2021.
You sound like you're out of breath. That was quite a list.
I'll make a motion to
Constraints,
accept the recommendation from the subcommittee.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board is now adjourned until 12:30.
Madam Chair, I will be leaving, and I believe Mr. Ehrlich will be taking on the role of recording secretary. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fortune. We'll see you at the next meeting.
See you next week.
So the meeting is adjourned. In the meantime, any applicants who are requesting a deferral or withdrawal for 12:30, please let Ms. Ambassador know. Okay, thank you. I just need to make sure that I know who is, so Mr. Fortune has left. And for the record, who is substituting, or do we have a substitute for Mr. Fortune?
Madam Chair, this is Hansi Bada Baraza. I'm the alternate.
Thank you so much, Hansi. Good to see you.
Great to see all of you.
Okay, so why don't we get started?
Okay, well then on the 12:30 hearings, are there any withdrawals or deferrals?
59A Strathmore. And 1R Lorenzo Street, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, let's, are those in the rediscussions or the 12:30 hearings?
Mr. Ehrlich, they're all scheduled for 12:30. There's only 3 hearings for the 12:30, I believe, so I think you can call them all, take them all now.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ehrlich, Strathmore is on page 14.
Okay, so calling case BOA 1014112, 59A Strathmore Street. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Mark. I'm sorry. Before you start, it's we just wanted to I got a message from the commissioner about restarting the information that we give to people who are on for the first time now. Is there any way we can just say that, go over that? It's for people who yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, so let's hold on for a minute. So, good afternoon. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeals hearing for March 23rd continues. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker, suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows. Elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon, and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again, and your hand should go down. If you are connected by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. So please go ahead, Mr. Ehrlich.
Okay, so on 59A Strathmore, let me call that into the record, case BOA 1014112. 59A Strathmore, please name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. We are seeking a deferral today in the hopes of working and addressing on some of the concerns from our neighbors as well as Councilor Braden's office. If the board would grant us this, we would certainly push this off till the end of June, just to make sure there's enough time allotted to meet with neighbors.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself on voting on this deferral.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Date, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, should we give it a date to Mr. Drago?
Yes, he requested a date at the end of June.
Yeah, June 29th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Anyone else?
Mr. Secretary, 1R Lorenzo Street in Dorchester.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it.
That was a rediscussion, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feaster. Hang on. Okay, yeah, all right. Calling case BOA 1039457, 1R Lorenzo Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, members of the board, good afternoon. Joseph Feaster from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street, Boston, 02109. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm seeking a deferral because at the hearing that we had in December, and this board was gracious enough to give us a deferral on this matter until this date here. But in the interim, based upon the comments that were made by the board at that time, there was a plan that was resubmitted, which I've been advised both by the Board of Appeals staff as well as the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, Representative Patrick Fandel. We need to re-advertise that and also have a community process, which would be given by just simply notification to the requisite community. So what I'm
Okay, hold on, Mr. Feaster. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, that I could have a date in early May?
The earliest we have is June 8th.
Yeah, well, if that's the earliest that you have, I gather I will take it.
Yes, I don't think people realize how valuable this time is on our agenda, that the deferrals just keep rolling us on. But we'll see you then, Mr. Feaster.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. My client will appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feaster.
Mr. Secretary, 130 Bowden Street.
130 Bowden Street, yes. Okay, calling case BOA 907-098, 130 Bowden Street. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Mike Ross with the business address 1 International Place. Madam Chair, members of the board, we had a technical issue with the address on this property that was issued by ISD. Initially, they had given us 130 Bowden Street, when in fact, it's 142-148 Bowden Street. And due to that, we have to re-advertise. Initially, they had the 911 address linked only to 130, so we had to decouple that, and we're back on track, but we need to cure the notice issue.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
June 8th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Any other?
I have one more, if I may, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
1201 Saratoga Street.
Okay, 1201, okay. Calling case BOA 1107041, 1201 Saratoga Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. This is Mike Ross for the business address of 1 International Place. Madam Chair, members of the board, we were informed yesterday that BPDA had an issue with regard to this particular application. We were otherwise ready to move forward, but given the fact that BBDA has raised that issue, we really would like to to do our best to attempt to cure that. And so therefore, we would respectfully request a deferral on this matter.
So are you going up in the number of units?
No, we've slowly been coming down and then we're at 6. We were able to get an additional parking space in there, but yeah, we're going to see what it is that,
I'm just interested that the magic number is not 9, but so may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Anyone else?
We should get a
take a deferral on.
Hold on, Mr. Ehrlich, do we have a date?
Mr. Ross, is June 8th too soon?
No, not at all.
All right, June 8th at 12:30.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Ehrlich, 200 L Street on page 12.
Calling case BOA 1113813, 200 L Street. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I withdraw the application.
Motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Anyone else?
Madam Chairwoman and the board, this is Thomas Rovero representing 26 Parent Street. The owner has been traveling outside the country, recently got back, is in quarantine.
Okay, hold on. Let me call the case into the record. Calling case BOA 1023262, 2628 Parent Street, and the companion case BOA 1023265, address 26R Parent Street. Name and address for the record.
Thomas Rovero, Hingham, Massachusetts. We'd like to request a deferral so we can reduce the size of the project from a 4-family down to a 3-family.
So, Mr. Rivero, honestly, I'm running out of patience because how many deferrals have you had and how much time on our agenda have you taken requesting these deferrals? Is this your 4th or your 5th deferral?
Actually, it's the second one since we decided to reduce it to a 3. However, the owner was overseas, could not return it.
But since this has been on our agenda, regardless of since you've decided to reduce it, you know, this is the problem that we're having is people are coming in with projects that are too big and then, you know, taking their time working it through the community. And for us, we'd rather hear a project that's ready to go. So I'm really, can I have a motion for denial without prejudice? Because this is just too many deferrals for the same address. Come back.
Madam Chair, I'll move to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Ehrlich, I'd seen a note that 32 Brent Street was going to request withdrawal. Is the applicant for 32 Brent Street on? Madam Chair, I have a letter from attorney Pat Mahoney requesting to withdraw this appeal. I don't know if you want to have Mr. Ehrlich call it and have a motion on it.
I'm going to recuse myself just from this case.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. So 32, all right, I'm going to call case BOA 105425, 32 Brent Street into the record. And I won't ask for a name and address because there's no one here, but I will make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
Is there a second? All those
I
in
don't believe you
favor?
actually called the case into the record.
Pardon me?
Did you call the case into the record?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay, so there's a motion for denial without prejudice. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I think we can proceed at this point with cases unless there are any other requests for deferrals or withdrawals.
Yes, and Mr. Ehrlich, when you call these ones, just a reminder to also read the purpose and the violation cited as you read it again.
Will do. Yes, Mr. Fortune has trained me well. Okay, calling case BOA 1125045, 258-262 Washington Street. Purpose is to correct violation, change occupancy from assembling of metal products to food pantry, offices, community center, and accessory cultural spaces and seating area. Violation, Article 65, Section 15, use conditional. Article 65, Section 15, use forbidden food pantry. Name and address for the record, please.
Actually, I see no raised hands for this. I don't remember seeing them check in earlier as well.
It's 258-262 Washington Street here.
I'm not sure if the applicant is here. I'm Denise DeSantos with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Service. And I just want to go on record and support this applicant.
No, Denise, hold on. We always need, and welcome to the board. We always need to have the applicant here before we can do anything, okay?
Okay.
So
I thought the applicant was in here. I would reach out to them now.
Do you know, okay, so in the meantime, let's go ahead to Morrissey Boulevard.
Can you hear me now? I'm here, Hezekiah, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Mr. Pratt, are you here?
Yes,
for,
I'm filming around with this. I'm sorry, I'm on, okay.
Okay. Your name and address on the record, please?
Yes, Hezekiah Pratt, 354, I'm in Newton, Mass, Lowell Avenue, 354 Lowell Avenue. I am the architect for the project.
So please tell us what's proposed.
Just we're proposing currently what they're trying to do is the Guild is a nonprofit group, and they're trying to operate as a community center and also specifically to provide food pantry services. Right now, the food pantry part of that building is about 5,900, and the community service part of that building is about 8,500. So the idea is to correct the violation and legally operate both, again, the food pantry, which is much needed in the community, and also operate a community center. Now, about, I believe, 600 or so support letters was submitted.
So, Mr. Pratt, we'll get all that from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. So tell us what the hours of operation are, what exactly is the community center, because we had an issue a few weeks ago about that definition. So just please, help us out on this.
Yeah, Jonna, are you on, the director?
Yes, I am on. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, please put your name and address on the record.
Yes, Jana Senzian of Urban Guild, Inc. Our address is 258-262 Washington Street in Dorchester, 02121.
Okay, so please tell us exactly what's being proposed and tell us what a community center is.
Yes, ma'am. So the Guild has been operating as a community organization that focuses on healing, wellness, capacity building of community members since 2011. We have been in this space operating as a pantry since April 1st of 2020 in response to the COVID pandemic. Because our space is quite large and flexible, we became a neighborhood-side hub for the delivery of various services supporting families. Our pantry operates on Tuesdays from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. and on Saturdays from 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. And we also work with distributing food and other resources to partner organizations, Boston Medical Center, community.
Okay, and so tell us, please, what your community use is?
So our community use is, we are a space for community meetings to happen, for training, and the provision of various social services, for healing and wellness programming. So that is what we do normally, but since the pandemic, we've been operating as a multi-service pantry in partnership with the city through the Resiliency Fund, the Office of Food Access, and we are supporting families that are in quarantine, things of that nature.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. There's no work, and it's a nice looking building.
Okay. Is any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to the project?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Denise DeSantos with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Service. We would like to go on record and support the applicant. We believe this would be beneficial to the community and neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. CJ Lewis on behalf of City Council Andrea Campbell. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Kevin O'Connor here. I have 2 letters of support and a petition of support.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands here.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling case BOA 1150412, 780 William T. Morrissey Boulevard. Purpose is to erect a new 6-story multifamily structure with approximately 206 residential units and approximately 136 accessory off-street parking spaces and additional bike storage. An expanded PNF for the project was filed with the BPDA on February 3rd, 2020. Violations include Article 29, Section 24, Greenbelt Protection Overlay District, Article 65, Section 15, Use Regulation, MFR as a conditional use in a CC sub-district, Article 65, Section 16, floor ratio, area ratio is excessive, Article 65, Section 16, building height in feet is excessive, Article 65, Section 16, rear yard is insufficient, and Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Speaking for the applicant, Matt Lawler, Robinson and Cole, business address of 1 Boston Place, Boston 02108. Just wanted to note before I start that I'm joined today by Jeff Lewis and Jay Russo from the project developer, Dorchester Michaels. And I'm also joined by the project architects, John Harding, Andrea Hester, and Danielle Meary from Cube 3. Just to give a bit of an overview, briefly described and as shown on the plans, the appeal relates to the approximately 79,000 square foot parcel located at 780 Morrissey Boulevard in Dorchester, which formerly housed the Phillips House Restaurant and Freeport Tavern. Dorchester Michaels is proposing to demolish the vacant structure and build a new residential building with varying heights, including a 5-story portion and a 6-story portion that will contain a total of 219 residential units. So note that's the final unit count shown on the amended plans that were filed for the denial letter and that were also filed for this appeal. The plans also show 136 accessory off-street parking spaces and accessory amenity and other open space. Under the city's IDP requirements, the proposed project will be including 29 units on site, and those units will be deed restricted to be affordable to households earning up to 70% of area median income. Proposed project has undergone a community public agency and design review.
So, Mr. Lawler, you're not here very frequently.
Yes.
It's good to see Robinson and Cole still in the business. So, please tell us about these residential units. We'd like a breakdown to know how many 1s, 2s, and 3s, and hopefully some 4s, given that you're there. on Morrissey Boulevard and the average square footage for each segment of that market?
Got it. So I can give, and I'll invite the architects, I think, to provide the specific breakdown on sizes, but it's 28 two-bedroom units, 81 one-bedroom units, and 110 studio units.
I'm sorry, 28 two bedrooms, 81 one beds, and how many studios?
110. And I don't know if John or Andrea or anyone else from the design team would like to sort of give the average unit sizes.
Sure. This is John Harding with Cube 3, 370 Merrimack Street, Lawrence, Massachusetts. Our unit size averages are, for the studios, it's 463 square feet average. The one bedrooms is 671 square feet average, and the two bedrooms is 1,081 square feet average, for an average overall of 619 square feet per unit.
Okay, and then talk to us about, so this is a CC sub-district, and so it is a conditional use. Let's see, talk to us about how you're protecting the green belt in some way.
Yeah, I'll start off, and then if the development team wants to jump in, what I'd say is that there were a couple of pieces of evolution in the design through the design review process. One was to bring the building actually a little bit further forward to create more of an enclosure for Morrissey Boulevard, to sort of create a street wall that isn't there now. And then a lot of attention has been paid both to the plans for reconstructing and redesigning Morrissey, as well as the Neponset Greenway path. So the project is doing sort of both of those things. I think enhanced landscaping at the front of the building, and then also providing a connection to the Neponset Greenway, which is being located, at least per current plans, to the rear of the building, between the building and I-93.
Colette, can you please show us a rendering so that we get a sense of what this is looking like?
Those are going to be toward the end.
Okay, and tell us about the parking.
Sure, it's 136 spaces, 129 of which are under the building, and then 7 spaces are exterior spaces. The project also includes one-for-one bike parking, and there's the design and the sort of site plan imagine that the access to the Neponset Greenway bike trail will really work well with the bike room. The bike room is kind of situated at the corner of the project that's closest to that access.
And so the bike room, though, is just for building residents.
Correct.
So it's okay.
One other point just to raise, there will be a blue bike station on the premises.
Okay, and let me just ask, what else was I going to ask? Are these micro units?
They are not.
Is there any roof decks proposed on this?
There is, I believe, one roof deck, and maybe, I don't know if John or Jay would like, or others in the development team want to specifically speak to what's being provided for outdoor space.
Sure. This is John Harding again. So we have, in the images that you have on the screen here, in the bottom left corner, you can see that there's a small roof deck on the 6th story that overlooks over 93 and out to the ocean. As well as there's 2 raised courtyards at the 2nd level above the parking. So the parking is covered, and there's a courtyard that faces back to the city of Dorchester over Morrissey Boulevard, and there's a courtyard that faces over the Neponset Trail, the future Neponset Greenway Trail, and then also over 93. And you can see that one in the top left corner image.
And then the 6th floor deck, is it open to all the residents of the building, or is it limited in any way?
It is open to all the residents.
Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I have one question in terms of, is this in a flood zone area? And are there resiliency sort of aspects of the project that you could give us a little more information on? And then can you explain a little bit on the pathway on the backside? Is the project adopting that section, or how are you working with the connectivity of the bike path? Having tried to ride this path many, many, many times through this area, it's kind of a disaster. So I'm interested to see what's happening with respect to this project and that pathway.
I sympathize, same approach. I'll take the flood zone question, and then maybe John and others on the design team can talk about the connection and exactly how it works with the multi-use path. But the property is not in a flood hazard zone, but it has worked with Climate Ready Dorchester and appreciating, the anticipated sea level rise. So it's my understanding that the project's actually, the actual occupied first residential floor has been set at a level to accommodate the anticipated sea level rise going forward. And I don't know, John, if you want to add.
Yeah, I can add to that. So we've accommodated the 2070 sea level rise elevation, and we're 1 foot above that. So in this area, our ground floor of occupied areas, that's the amenity space and the leasing office at the main entrance to the building, is at elevation 20.5 feet. And so that's 1 foot above the 19.5 foot 2070 floodplain. But the parking inside of the building is lower than that, because obviously we're trying to work with existing grades and making our way up there. And at the front of the building, there's actually a sloped walkway and a set of stairs to get up to that 20.5 elevation from Freeport Street. So you can see that in the image here. Are
the building systems elevated any more than that, or no?
So the building systems are located up at that level, with the exception of the water room, which is in the bottom right corner, but any equipment would be located above that. That's about 19.5, I think, for that floor level in that area right now. So
okay, thank you.
All the systems are up higher.
Thank you.
And the second question about the connectivity to the bike path. So we've been working with DCR and Mass DOT about the connection back there. So that section of the bike path does not exist today. It's proposed to be implemented right around the same time that this building comes online, if not a little bit sooner. So we will be coordinating with them as they continue to develop their plans to get our connection point there, adjust any tree spacing, and to create a bike plaza that's where the bike path is, as well as a open to the public little dog park that is just off the screen to the above here. You can start to see it just above where all the kind of the bike parking spaces are there, and right above where the handicap spaces are. So there's a small kind of public use dog park there with connectivity to that bike path as well. The connection on the south side of the building here that you can see, that's the right-hand side of the page, comes out to a plaza at the front, and that's where the Blue Bike station is. So creating a nice big open pathway that connects from Morrissey Boulevard and the Blue Bikes and the sidewalk improvements that we're making in front of the building back to that future bike path that will be installed in the next couple of years.
And one more question, how did you come up with the unit breakdowns? Because that's a very large number of studios. Who do you anticipate living in the building?
I don't know if
Jay or Jeff might want to respond.
Hi, you got Jeff Lewis and Jay Russo here from the Michaels organization, the developer. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Jay Russo, 11 Lantern Lane, West Roxbury, with Michaels. So the unit, we're expecting young professionals, right? We looked at this mix. This is in line with, what we're seeing across the country. As far as younger professionals looking for studios in ones, predominantly. Two-bedroom units traditionally have been a hotter unit mix, especially in this location. We really think the shuttle that we're providing is going to provide an amenity to the people living there, and getting them to the station as well as the airport. We are providing that shuttle as an amenity to the building.
And which stop is this, the shuttle to?
The shuttle right now goes to the JFK station, as well as to Logan International.
Because it's interesting, because I think in the rest of the city, we're seeing more two bedrooms. If we can make a generalization. First, there was a time, maybe 3 years ago, when we were seeing a lot of studios, but we've seen mostly a trend now towards twos. So that's why I was curious about your mix.
I can tell you, we've spent a lot of time looking at this and a lot of market studies that went into this, and we're very confident that this is, a mix that will be very successful in this area.
Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question. Are the courtyard spaces gated?
Gated in the sense of trying
It's
to.
not accessible to the overall public?
They are not. They're raised up on top of the podium right now. So they would not have access from the street level.
There is, however, an on-grade courtyard space along Freeport Street at the bottom right corner of the image you see here, with some softscape and hardscape areas that's intended to be a community engagement use. There is what we talked about with the BCDC, as well as the bike plaza in the top right corner.
Thank you.
There are on-grade public spaces too.
In the bike path, that connects them to the bike path.
Could you briefly, there's a large amenity space, and most of us who know where this site is, it's a little disconnected. Can you just tell us a little bit about what you're foreseeing in the amenity space? Looks like on the second floor, and then there's a smaller one on the first floor.
Yep. We do have Danielle, who's been working with us from Cube 3, but because, to your point, we have a lot of studios and some ones. We definitely want to provide more amenity space, more areas. We're looking at a live-work environment, so we're providing places for people to work from home. In there, there'll be a gym as well as, connections to the outdoor space. But a lot of this was to really provide people an opportunity to work from home, what we're seeing now in the marketplace. So we kind of made sure that we had above and beyond with amenity space.
And those live workspace that is only going to be available to residents, not to residents off the building, not to the neighborhood at large?
Not as they're contemplated now, no. These are amenity spaces for the building.
Any other questions? Mark, any questions?
Nope.
May I hear anybody here who's either here to speak in support or in opposition of the project?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. This has gone through a full community process with the BPDA through the Article 80 review process, and the applicants have done continued outreach to the direct abutters to this property as well as the area civic associations. We'd like to note that they've done considerable accommodations to the design and unit count of the building, and we're very excited to see that this is going to enhance the bike path in the rear and complete that section of this path. With that said, we'd just like to go on record in support and ask that they continue to engage the community as they move forward.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on record in support and echo the sentiments in the mayor's office.
Mina Perez, you've been unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mina Perez. We had hundreds of members who attended these community meetings and were in full support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands on my end.
Madam Chair, we have one letter of opposition.
Is there anything significant in that letter?
It's fairly lengthy, but it looks like it cites flood concerns, other conservation concerns due to the height of the building. But it is 2 pages, page and a half, single spaced. But that looks like is what it's addressing primarily is environmental and conservation issues.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Calling BOA 1161387, 8 AC Street in Hyde Park. This alteration permit has been filed as one of two.
John, my hand was raised and they didn't call on me. So they just passed it?
Hi, ma'am.
My hand was raised, your hand was raised, and they didn't call on us. Well, I hope they hear me because my hand was raised and I haven't been called on and I'm very upset.
So, Ms. Lyons, we just see you actually. I don't know what the hiccup was because so why don't you put your name and address on the record and tell us your opinion on this was on West Morrissey Boulevard.
Thank you. First of all, I was a IAG member on this project. And it is my letter that you have there that I hope you will read. The process was marginal at best. It was not a full, complete project, as was stated by the mayor's office. There was very little communication with the neighborhood associations. They never came to the Port Norfolk Civic Association for a vote on this. They came to one meeting to discuss it, and there was probably at least 100 people there, and I would say the majority of people there were quite vocally against it. There was one public meeting before COVID where there was perhaps 200 people in the room, and again, I'd say 99% of the people in the room were against it. So to say that this process has been fair and diligent is quite questionable. As a member of the IAG, even my meeting notifications were off and on. I did not get notification to all the meetings involved in the process, or they came very, very late. There was never an IAG meeting where we voted on the project. So I don't know why the process broke down, but it did. I respectfully ask you to reconsider your vote because this isn't just a vote about this one project. This is something that will lead to the complete and devastating change to the Neponset waterfront. The zoning restriction for height especially is there for a reason. Morrissey Boulevard and the trains and Route 93 cut off the Dorchester neighborhood from the waterfront. The restricting zoning for height was put in there to protect what is left. If you start building these taller buildings along the waterfront, you're going to be building a wall between the neighborhood and the waterfront, making it even worse. You disconnect the waterfront from the neighborhood, and you're taking, not only you're taking away views from the hills of Dorchester.
Ms. Lyons, hold on. So thank you for your testimony. I want to know if Mr. Lawler from, who was the attorney, is still on the line?
Yes, I am.
And I'd like to know if there's anybody from the BPDA development team that's on the line, because this should have been an Article 80. Was Mr. Sinatra, did I see you here a minute ago? Are you here for this project?
I am not here for this project. I was not the project manager on this. I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Lawler, who is the project manager for this project?
I believe it's Steve Harvey.
I'm sorry?
Stephen Harvey?
He's the project manager from the BPDA?
I believe so. And this project was approved by BPDA board in January. And we submitted for the record the approval, the board approved memo
Madam Chair, the board-approved memo is on file with the board.
Yes, okay. So I just want the opposition that we've just heard recognized and the questioning of the process also put on the record because this is, it's just something that we need to make sure that that the BPDA is aware of, that the BPDA is aware of. Okay. So,
Madam Chairman, could I have just one more minute?
1 minute, but we do have to move on. Go ahead.
I understand. Thank you so much. Because there are other issues here. When they talk about the flooding, the future flooding, according to Climate Ready Boston and the Boston Water and Sewers, which they did not mention, this area is targeted to get severe flooding.
Yes,
I don't think what they're...
Ms. Lyons, thank you. We already did raise that as an issue, and we did get a satisfactory response. So thank you for your continued involvement. I do hope that the development team, as they move ahead, continues their conversation with the community. Thank you. Mr. Ehrlich, can you please, can we continue with Daisy Street, please?
Well, I'll start over. Calling BOA 11387, 8 Daisy Street in Hyde Park.
Unbelievable.
This alteration permit has been filed as one of 2 structures on the same lot in conjunction with ALT 895405 to change the existing occupancy of the neighboring structure to an 11-unit dwelling via an addition. No work to be done to 8 Daisy under this specific application. The violations include Article 69, Section 30, 2 or more buildings on one lot. Article 69, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per dwelling unit. Article 69, Section 9, insufficient usable open space dwelling unit. Article 69, Section 9, insufficient lot width. Article 69, Section 9, insufficient lot width frontage. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. There is a companion application, the next application on the agenda. I don't know, I think it would make sense to read the second into the record at this time, since these are 2 buildings on the same lot.
All right, I apologize. Hold on. This is the companion case is 1449-1453 Hyde Park Avenue. The purpose to change occupancy of 2-family into an 11-unit MFR dwelling, construct addition per plan submitted. So those are the 2 cases.
Thank you. Again, for the record, for this case as well, George Moranci, I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, I represent David Higgins. Mr. Higgins is working in partnership on the development proposal with the Menino family.
Mr. Moranci, excuse me. Yes. Again, my mistake. I'm not Mark Fortune. I did not mention this. The case, the number of the companion case, calling BOA 937921 into the record. Sorry. Proceed.
No problem. Thank you. It is a little confusing. A little bit about the site. This is, as I said, a single lot with 2 buildings. It's 1449 Hyde Park Avenue, which includes 8 Daisy Street. It's a single parcel of 12,742 square feet with the existing 2-family dwelling at 8 Daisy Street and the existing 2-family dwelling at 1449 Hyde Park Avenue. The original proposal here was to add 9 total units to the site, which was reduced to 7 new units during community process. That is reflected on the current plan set. The occupancy of the 2-family...
Mr. Moranci, so how many total units on the site?
A total of, there are currently 4 units on the site. The result would be 11 units on the site, an addition of 7 units.
Okay, thank you.
certainly. The occupancy of the two-family at 8 Daisy Street will not change, and no work requiring zoning relief is proposed for that building. At 1449 Hyde Park Avenue, the existing two-family building would be converted to a three-family, and 6 new units would be added to the left of the building by the addition of what are essentially 3 two-unit attached townhouses. And that's on the vast majority of the lot to the left of 1449 Hyde Park Avenue, which is currently vacant. So the net result is 7 new units with 11 off-street parking spaces located in the rear of the lot with access via Daisy Street, which is a dead-end private way. The somewhat curious condition of the lot is a result of what I've been informed are 2 fires that occurred on the premises. One in the 1930s when a 6-unit building burned down where the lot is currently vacant and where 6 new units are being proposed. And then another fire in the 1960s which affected 1449 Hyde Park Avenue, which was a 3-family at that time and was restored as a 2-family dwelling as it is now. So the proposal is to convert that 2-family to a 3-family and then add what are essentially 2-unit townhouse-style buildings, 3 of them to the left. Again, the result being an addition of 7 new units. The existing building at 1449, which would change from a 2-family to a 3-family, would contain 3 2-bedroom units, sized 995 square feet, 1,077 square feet, and 1,014 square feet. The 6 townhouse-style units would all be the same. They would be 1,375 square foot, bi-level, 3-bedroom units. This project has been around for a while. There were a couple of advertising issues and updated plans, which have resulted in it just getting to the board now. And I mention this because there is in the 6 new dwelling units, there are in fact basement level bedrooms, and obviously we're all aware of the evolving position of the board on basement bedroom units. But as I said, these plans originally date back to 2019. So we fully understand what the board's position is on that. And were there to be a motion to approve this, the expectation would be that my clients would need to work with project architect Tim Sheehan, who is online with us, and with the BPDA to address any concerns that the board might have with basement living space.
So just...
With that, I'll pause. I'll take any questions.
Yes, please tell us how circulation, traffic, parking circulation is supposed to work. Did I see that it's proposed to have an interior courtyard? Colette, can you
Yes. Plan sheet SD1, schematic design 1, which should be the first sheet, I believe, is an architectural site plan. There. So access, again, is provided off of Daisy Street. Daisy is a dead-end private way, which is to the right of the site. You can see the curb there at the corner of Daisy. And the residential driveway then would enter from Daisy Street with 4 parking spaces to the left of the existing structure at 8 Daisy, 4 along the left lot line behind the new additional structures, and then 3 parking spaces again behind the existing building at 1449 and the new units to the left of the driveway entrance.
And do you have a rendering from what it would look like from Hyde Park Ave? Okay.
Not a rendering. There is the elevation, which is currently shown on the scene. There's a height violation here for 3 stories. It's a 2.5-story, 35-foot district. This would be a 35-foot tall, 3-story building. There's obviously a violation for the lot size. The underlying zoning here is 2F 5000. So the use obviously is multifamily. There's a rear yard setback violation cited. The rear yard setback required by code is 40 feet. There is no violation for that. And the maximum FAR in the sub-district is 0.5. The resulting FAR here would be approximately 1.17.
Are any of these units supposed to be handicapped accessible?
Tim is on the line, Tim Sheehan. I know that the front of the units on Hyde Park Ave, there is an elevation and there's a ramp. And Tim, maybe you can just talk about the reasoning and the methodology behind that.
Yes, hello, this is Tim Sheehan, 9 Wall Street. Yeah, we set the buildings up approximately 4 feet, and if you look at the elevation drawings, we'd have a porch, kind of an arcade that ran across the front, and the plan is to put a sloped walkway on the left side of the new townhouses, and then you'd have access to via a ramp and a walkway to the first floor of all the townhomes, and then Unit 7 would be our fully accessible unit, it'd be a 2-bedroom unit, and then the lower unit of the 3 townhouses would be partially accessible, meaning you'd have a bedroom and a fully accessible unit on that first unit. Even though I know we're going to redesign to get those bedrooms out of those basement duplexes, moving forward, we still will have accessible units at that grade level, at that first floor level.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. Obviously, we've heard a lot about the lower level bedroom units, so thanks for acknowledging that.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board? Anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal through multiple community meetings where the development team was able to lower the unit count at the request of the neighborhood, and we feel that this project is going to fit within the character of the neighborhood in this part of Hyde Park on Hyde Park Ave. So we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Matthew Lawyer and Carl Jean Lewis still have their hands up in the panelist tab, but I'm not sure if they're...
No, I think they were here for the last project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are 5 letters of opposition.
And what is the opposition based on?
They don't elaborate. It just says opposed.
Okay. Okay,
There should be 3 letters of support on the record that were sent to Stephanie yesterday.
okay. And anybody else, is there representation from the district city councilor's office? No? Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need to clarify no bedrooms in the?
Yes, thank
Yes.
you, yes.
Yes,
Proviso.
so that no bedroom, no living space in the basement.
No bedrooms in the basement.
A living space or bedrooms?
No bedroom.
Bedrooms. No bedrooms in the basement.
Yeah,
Got that, thank you.
thank you. Okay, moving along, calling a case BOA 1066047, 546 East 4th Street. Purpose to renovate the 3rd floor, add 4th floor penthouse addition, add private residential elevator, renovate and add egress stair. Violations include Article 9, Section 1, reduction of open space in square foot less than 25% because of the exterior elevator. Article 68, Section 8, excessive FAR. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard setback. Article 8, 68, Section 8, maximum allowed building height exceeded. And then there is a companion case, BOA 1066050, 548 East 4th Street. Since to renovate the 3rd floor unit and expand up to new 4th floor penthouse addition and private residential elevator at rear and reconfigure rear decks into egress stair for all units. The violations are Article 9, Section 1, reduction of open space less than 25% because of the elevator. Article 68, Section 8, excessive FAR. Article 68, Section 8, excessive height. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient rear yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Board and Madam Chair. I'm Gary Mendoza, the project architect and the applicant. Our project coordinator, Joseph Mulligan, will be presenting the project this afternoon. I'm at 32 Waldeck Street in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Hi, and my name is Joe Mulligan, 679 Washington Street in Brighton, project coordinator with, on behalf of the owners, Michael and Mary Gallahue. They've been long-term residents and members of the community in South Boston for over 20 years and have been owner occupants of this property for 16 years. They are not developers or speculators. They are owner occupants. And it's their home, and they wish to expand and improve upon the property to provide additional living space and accommodate their extended family as well to ensure their long-term occupancy throughout their retirement years. The property is effectively a double three, so it's two co-joined three-unit structure with two entries each at 546 and 548. And contrary to trends to subdivide and reduce, the Gallahues wish to expand their living space with the alternative of moving upwards by creating a rooftop level space with some exterior porch as well. The scope is to expand upwards with no change of occupancy. It'll still remain 6 units as it is today. And the building envelope will increase the habitable living space. What's unique about this site is that it abuts several institutional, municipal and commercial buildings, such as the Boston Municipal Courthouse, the Welch Gymnasium, St. George's Church, and the 9X phone equipment bunker on East 4th. So there's really very little residential abutting impact. Mostly windowless and daily, 9 to 5 occupied structures. The improved rear ducts will abut that municipal and institutional properties. There's an east-west alignment, so it will not cast shadows across the street to any of their neighbors.
So, Mr. Mulligan, it's good to see you. So tell us, so basically, there are going to be two penthouses, and each penthouse is going to have an elevator chute going up there. Is that what I'm understanding is being proposed?
Well, there'll be a common elevator that's used primarily for the Gallahues in anticipation of their twilight years on the site and want to have access. The benefit of providing that access, which
I think what I'm trying to understand is that are there two elevators being proposed or just one? Because it looks like there are two being proposed.
Gary, you want to clarify? Yeah.
Yes, there are two. Because of the companion project, the Gallahues felt that it would look odd to renovate their half and leave the left half, 546, unrenovated. So to make the building look whole, we would do both halves, 2 elevators, 2 penthouses. So it's a mirror image. So there are 2, one on each side. If you scroll to the outdoor space picture, Joe, you can see the enlarged elevator shafts.
What sheet is it on, please?
It is the elevators are on the plan. Let's see. It is on A107, and you can see them on the right half of the open space, right there. So,
okay. So does that mean then you're eliminating those parking spots?
there are no parking spots in the rear. There's that 373 square foot of open space was an effort to give back some open space, maybe green that for the first and floor, second floor tenants. It could be impervious, it could be pervious pavers instead, so it could be overflow parking.
But no, the X's refer to what's not available for open space. So they do have existing parking and want to retain that.
And is there a roof deck proposed here too?
Correct. No.
It's a patio. A patio.
Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are fine. I don't exactly understand access to the elevators, and I'm sorry if I'm missing something. Can you just walk me through that? Because there are stairs to get up to the first level everywhere, and I'm trying to understand. So how is the elevator access, and is that from around the back?
So the rear, right where the green open space is, where it says 370 square feet, that's where you would enter the stairs to go up to all 3 units. Right behind it, in that light blue area, is a vestibule. Because these elevators are residential elevators, they require a vestibule because the doors are not waterproof. And we haven't looked deep into that. We could potentially get waterproof elevators and not have a vestibule, but that's where you enter, through a little house, a head house.
And what is directly behind this vestibule? What is the building directly behind us?
It's the BCYF Stretch Walls Gymnasium, so it's basically a masonry wall.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of the proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in opposition of this project due to overwhelming neighborhood opposition, including the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. The 2 neighbors have expressed concerns over the excessive FAR and height of the project, as well as the 4 decks that are proposed. In particular, neighbors are concerned that the decks will bring excessive noise as well as other quality of life issues to the area. The proponent did not indicate that they are willing to modify the proposal. Therefore, the councilor is in opposition. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of
Go ahead, Paul.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Due to the Article 68 violations as well as the neighborhood opposition, the council would like to on record in opposition. Sorry, Karen, go ahead.
No problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to echo the sentiments of the mayor's office, Councilor Flynn and Flaherty's office, and oppose this project. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. I just want to clarify that the councilor is in opposition. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you for clarifying that. Ms. Ambassador, are there anybody, I noticed a couple of call-in users.
Yes, yep, okay, caller 20. Let's see the phone number, 617-875. You've been unmuted. Can you hear us? Hi, okay, they lowered their hand. Let me try the other person. Okay. Okay, caller 29, 617-269. You've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Jack Cherry. I'm an abutter. I live at 549 East 4th Street, and I'm in opposition. If I could just explain a couple of things. When we had the abutters meeting back in September, we were told by the owners that they wanted to have an elevator because the woman was getting old. None of the abutters were against the elevator. We were also told there was only going to be 1 elevator, okay? We were shown the plans for 548, not 546. The gentleman sent a letter into Mr. D'Amato saying that he was going to make minor changes. I have the letter here. A long story real short, we don't think that this operation is operating in good faith to the neighbors. What he said to you at his presentation was not what he told us at the meeting. Simple. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 1125719, 69 Reedville Street in Hyde Park. Purpose is to construct a 2-story, 6-unit dwelling with 12 off-street parking spaces per plans. Violations include Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking and loading, Article 69, Section 8, 6-unit MFR forbidden. Article 69, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 69, Section 9, insufficient open space. Article 69, Section 9, location of main entrance. Please put your name and address in the record, please.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Eric Small. This is just a 1,000 road.
Mr. Small, your audio is still breaking up. There's something different this time around.
Let me see if I can straighten it out. Joining me is going to be Phil DiCanzio, architect. So Jessica, Phil, go through site plan.
Did you get it, Jessica? Who's the architect?
Is it Paul Shea?
No, it's Phil DiCanzio.
You said Bill or Phil?
Bill.
Bill, I don't.
DiCanzio.
There's a Phil DiCanzio on.
Yes, that's the architect.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Hello, this is Phil DiCanzio.
Yes,
Hey,
please
Madam
put
Chair.
your name and address on the record, Phil.
Phil DiCanzio from Dennis Call Architects, business address 132 Central Street, Foxborough, Massachusetts.
So tell us, describe for us what's being proposed.
So, Madam Chair, what we're proposing is to erect a 6-unit residential building with 12 parking spaces. The zoning sub-district is F5000. The lot size is 18,922 square feet. I'll let Phil go through the floor plans and site plan, and we can take any questions from there. Phil?
Sure, if we start with the site plan, you can see the layout. There's parking along the left side of the lot. There's one 6-unit, 2-story building to the right. There's 3 units on the first floor and 3 units on the second floor. We can move on to the floor plans on the next page. 2 pages, I suppose. Maybe farther than that. Sorry about that.
So talk to us first on the bedroom count and the average square footage. Then also talk to us about if there's any basement occupancy that's proposed, and talk to us about the location of the main entrance.
No basement occupancy. There's 3 bedrooms per unit for a total of 18 bedrooms on the property. The average unit square footage is approximately 1,250. The smallest unit is 1,129, and the largest is 1,371. There is an entrance. There are 2 entrances to each space on both the first floor. One faces Reedville Street from the front unit, but the majority of the entrances face the parking area.
Okay. And are there any roof decks proposed? I guess not, because those weren't set up to the, okay.
Correct, no roof decks.
And tell us how parking circulation is proposed to work.
There's one single stall of parking with 2 directional access to that from one entrance on Reedville Street.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Would like to go on record in opposition of this proposal. It did go through an extensive community process where the development team was met with the neighborhood 3 times and ultimately altered their plans multiple times to the request of the neighborhood, but ultimately could not come to agreement with the neighborhood. Due to the overwhelming neighborhood opposition, we would also like to go on record in opposition.
Mr. Coppinger, what was the opposition based on?
It was mainly around one too many units on the lot, too dense of a project.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, this was a process that exceeded over 2 years. The developers reduced the number of units. It started out as 15, went to 12, went to 9. Now we are at 12 parking. So we did try to accommodate as best possible, the community concern about the number of units.
Thank you. I think sometimes that's what happens, is that the developer fatigue, Anybody else to speak on this proposal?
Madam Chair, we have 2 letters of opposition from State Representatives Scotcha and Consalvo.
We also have Paul Shea. It looks like his hand is raised. Paul Shea, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My name's Paul Shea. I live in the property that's directly abuts the proposed property.
What's your address, sir, please?
73 Reedville Street, Hyde Park, Mass. 02136. The other person who was just talking, saying about how many units they want on, this used to have one single family home on it. And then, it is a little bigger lot, but still, it's zoned, I think, for like two families. And our neighborhood has either majority single family or 2 families. So no one in the neighborhood had any problem with building like two families. But, initially it was like 9 units, then 4 buildings on it with 7 units. Now they're still wanting 6 units. So this is an area that just had a single family house on it. So.
Yeah, because it looks like the zoning is 2F5,000, but in fact, this lot is extra large with 18,926 square feet.
Yeah, I mean, there's like kind of like an extra half lot, and our family used to own that and had to sell it during, the Depression and everything. So, it made it a little bit bigger, but if you look at it, it's not, it's enough for probably two families, but not for, a big building that has 6 units.
Yeah, because I was just trying to actually do the math to figure out what the number could be. But anyway, anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, I see no additional raised hands. Sorry.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose. Legris opposes.
Legros, okay. Motion carries.
All right, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, calling BOA, case number BOA 1099054, 9597 Addison Street. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing 1-family detached dwelling and erect a new multifamily dwelling structure with 3 stories, 10 units, and 12 parking spaces. The violations include Article 27T-5, East Boston iPod applicability. Article 53, Section 25, MFR is forbidden use in the McClellan Highway EDA. And Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient, 20 required, 9 provided. On the purpose, it says 12 parking spaces, but 9 is the number listed. So I'm assuming it is 9 provided, but the architect can clarify. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Mike Ross with the business address of 1 International Place. I'm on the call with the architect, Mark Sangiolo, and I wish hello to everyone on the board. That is correct that the secretary mentioned. We have revised these plans from originally submitted, and there were a couple of key changes, the reduction in parking space being one of them. We also agreed to include an accessible unit at Unit 1. We agreed to do an IDP unit at 80% as opposed to 100% of median income. We agreed to additional landscaping, and we agreed to contribute to the Housing Stabilization Fund. The violations...
Hold on, Counselor. So it's 12 units and 10 parking spaces?
10 units and 9 parking spaces, Madam Chair.
10 units and 9 spaces. Okay, excellent. So please talk us through this.
Sure. So there are no dimensional variances on this project. This is in the McClellan Highway EDA that I'm sure you're familiar with by this point. The violations relate to the use, and they were that being multifamily or any type of residential in this district. There is a site plan that we're going through, and we've increased the landscaping at the rear of the property. And the way it works is the entry to the parking, to the 9 spaces, is in the rear of the building, and it's an at-grade entry where you just kind of drive under the building. Unit 1 is there on the left. It's the only 1 bedroom on the site, and all the other 8 units on the property, all the other 9 units on the property are 2 bedrooms, with the average unit size being just over 900 square feet. And then if you go to the other slide, you'll see the floor plans on the 2nd and 3rd floor where the additional 8 units are. There's an elevation site. We're helped tremendously by the topography of the land. It steps up behind us. So this building kind of just tucks in. I think the next elevation will show you what I mean. The next slide, maybe the next one. That's the roof. There we go. Yeah, that actually shows you exactly what I mean. So this is your view from Addison Street above. You can see how you just drive right into the middle to get into the rear. And then the image below shows you the houses from behind. If you just scroll down just a little bit, how they are taller than our property, really on account of the topography shift at this portion of Addison Street. There's probably another elevation.
Okay, just a couple of questions. So what's the height of the building?
The height is 32 feet, and it's within a 45-foot district, sub-district.
And so this is an economic development area, but it looks like there are a number of residential structures in this EDA.
There are. We did do some context photos for you in the beginning of the deck, just to give you a sense of how many residentials are in this, especially this side of the street, but
Yeah.
certainly more. This might be, we might have updated this presentation.
Okay.
But there was, I think the newer deck would have given you the images. There are many residential oh, here we go. Yeah, there's gonna be all sorts of residential, and there's still some commercial and industrial in there as well. But if you go to the next slide, I think it shows you more residential as well.
And there's no roof deck proposed or no living space in the basement?
Yeah, there is no basement.
Okay.
It's at-grade construction. There might be some
Okay.
minor mechanicals in the basement.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I do have one question, Counselor, on it feels more forward than, certainly it's adjacent neighbors. It's right on the sidewalk, it looks like, in terms of the structure. And you said there's no dimensional, I think, violation. So is that a modal setback for that street?
Yeah, I mean, the front yard is a 0 in this district.
I see. I got you.
Yeah, we're showing 1 foot. I was looking into the modal. I guess the modal doesn't apply when there's a 0 front yard, because we weren't cited for that. But there are plenty that are at that limit. This is on the street behind us, but there are others that are really either 0 or 1 foot.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit worried about safety and cars coming out and the building's so close. I don't know if there's some way I don't know if BTD weighed in on this at all or not, but
Yeah, I mean, we dropped the, the violation that we did get was requesting the 20, they want 2 cars per unit. So
I don't have a problem with the parking count. It was just more of a question of safety at the street. That was just my question, so.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, the applicant worked close with the abutters who arrived to this final design. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, I actually wanted to speak on this one, if I may. It's Attorney Richard Lins.
Could I speak? Can I speak? Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't often speak on projects, but I do represent the owners of 119, separate owners of 125 Addison, as well as the owners at 71 Addison Street. All of those property owners do support this proposal. They have reviewed the plans and are satisfied that it's consistent with the direction this neighborhood is going. So they want it to be recorded in favor on this project as well.
Thank you.
Wow.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a BPDA design review.
I would like to second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Hansi, can you do 8 Ashton Street? Did you have a chance to look at the plans?
I did.
Okay, excellent. So sorry, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Okay, calling BOA 1122790, 8 Ashton Street. Purpose is to erect a new 6-family building with parking below grade, to provide 2 accessible units, access via wheelchair lift. The violations include Article 60, Section 41.1, conformity to building alignment. Article 60, Section 8, 6-family use, forbidden. Article 60, Section 9, lot area insufficient. Article 60, Section 9, additional lot area insufficient. Article 60, Section 9, floor area ratio excessive. Article 60, Section 9, usable open space insufficient. Article 60, Section 9, building height excessive. And Article 60, Section 9, rear yard insufficient. Name and address in the record, please.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Eric Robinson. I'll be recusing myself from this case.
Thank you.
Am I on mute, I hope?
Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. This is Mike Ross with the business address of One International Place. On behalf of the applicant, Peter Vanko is the architect on this project, and he is also on the call here with me. This was a matter that was deferred back from January, and in this case, I would thank the board for the deferral. It allowed us to go back to the community and change this project. We did decrease the height of this plan. It is now conforming with the underlying zoning. And we have here is a proposal to build 6 home ownership units, each with 6 parking spaces, which is the required amount of parking in this sub-district, a 3F 6,000. If you scroll down, this allows for an average unit size of over 1,000 square feet. They're all 2 beds except for the unit 1, which is an accessible 1 bed, and unit 2, both are accessible also from the garage. These are floor plans that show you the 3 floors of the property. And there's some elevations and some renderings if you go further down as well. The other change that we did make to this project is that we brought back the front of the building to the 10-foot front yard required setback. This is a modal situation where there is one other building and two corner lots that would have put the setback required at 1 foot. But in consultation with the community, they requested a smaller building. That allowed us to add balconies to the front of the building and create some articulation. And we're in a much better spot as a result of taking a couple months to work this thing out. I'll pause there.
And tell us about the rear yard, because is it true that you're still, so if you moved your building back, did the rear yard change?
The rear yard did not change. We had a violation before and after. We are currently showing a 10-foot violation of the rear yard, and it wants 22 and a half, I believe, for the rear yard.
And show us how parking and traffic is going to work, circulation is going to work on site?
Yeah, you can go down. You passed a couple parking spots that, one more. There you go. Yep, there you have it. So parking is directly off Ashton Street through a ramp that utilizes the curb cut on the street. Those spaces look kind of tight, but they are actually regulation size, and there is no maneuverability. They're just the way it's drawn. It kind of looks long, but there is a clean shot for all 6 of those garages. You'll also see in the garage, there's a lift to allow access to the handicap access to unit 1 and 2, just because you're required to provide access in every location of the building to allow for an accessible unit.
So 2 of those parking spaces would be handicapped, marked handicapped?
If need be, they would, yes.
Okay. How are the plans, Hansi?
The plans are sufficient. I had a question regarding your curb. What's the width of the curb? It's not noted.
I apologize for that. I thought the survey had it. Is Peter Venko? Can you see him on the list here? Our architect.
Let me see. I don't see him on the panelist list or in the attendee list. Peter. I don't believe he's on, unless he's on underneath a different name.
Okay. I apologize for that. There is a survey, and it's the most recent survey. If we could scroll up, and if it's not numbered, I apologize for that, but we certainly can make sure that it complies. Here we go.
Okay, I don't see it on the survey.
Okay, understood. I imagine that
I see the curb, but it's not noted. I would imagine it's 12 feet wide.
Yeah, the BPDA has recently been requesting 10-foot curb cuts wherever possible. And I would imagine that at design review, they will request or require the same.
Okay. And then in terms of the lift, would you consider, providing a regular residential elevator versus a lift?
I think, I'm not sure. I mean, this is a home ownership building. We are conscientious of, the costs associated with it. I don't know if we've ever considered an elevator. I don't know if that was ever in the project. I mean, I think the lift was just to require access, to allow for access, which.
Okay, it just looks like an afterthought. I would imagine that you provide, a residential elevator with its overruns, but the lift, it might be better just to consider that.
Okay. Thank you.
And are there roof decks proposed?
There are not. There are balconies off the front.
Okay.
And there is actually, off the handicap unit, if you scroll down, patio access through the unit, in the rear of the unit for additional open space. The back corner, the back left corner. You keep going and it'll come up a little bit more.
Is that a garage door that I see on the front, a heavy garage door?
I believe we're leaving it open. There is, that it doesn't exceed 3 feet coming out of the ground there.
Okay.
I assume that will be open.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is the design is nice. It's a contemporary design. I'm curious about how it fits in the context of the neighborhood with more traditional units. And then the other question is, you mentioned that the garage spaces were tight, but the plan doesn't actually show. What are the dimensions? It doesn't show on the plan.
Yeah, I can verify that we had the conversation that it meets the required number, and it should have absolutely been showed on the site plan, which, that was the other comment. It was lacking for the curb cut dimensions as well. So I apologize for that, but I did have this conversation with the architect to verify that they meet the required zoning of, I believe, 9.5 by, I don't want to guess, but we had the conversation. So I can just represent to you that it is in fact. And I apologize for that number not being there. This context photo does show you some of the other properties in this immediate neighborhood. And there are a couple that are also, even though it's a 3F subdistrict, that are also 6-family units. I think the ones across the street are 6-family units. And then there's some that are kind of like a double 3-family units. So there's a boxy kind of triple-decker, but not your straight run-of-the-mill necessarily triple decker either. There is some boxiness to the existing. So the architect tried to reflect that and relate to the surrounding community.
Yeah, if I can comment with Mark's question in terms of context, I think it begins to do that. I would say I would definitely recommend BPDA design review. I think to remove the boxiness on the side elevation would be to work with BPDA on the setting back part of the massing, so it doesn't feel like a complete long elevation on the side. And then in the front, I think you almost did a very nice job with creating a context for the triple decker. But if you see that bay on the vertical bay that adjoins the other kind of flat elevation, I think if you would just set that back just slightly, you would get a really nice reading of almost two side-by-side triple deckers.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you for that. I think that's a great recommendation.
I think you did a really nice job with kind of finding the right massing. I just think you're almost there.
Got it. Thank you.
So it sounds like you have a second career, Mr. Ross, over there.
Well, I can play architect, but I don't know if I want to be one.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carl Jean Lewis on behalf of City Councilman Joy Campbell, we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
I'll second that motion. Do we need BTD approval for the curb cut, or?
I don't think so. I think the counselor mentioned that they would propose either a 10 feet or 12 feet.
The BPDA will take care of that, yeah.
And,
And the garage door too, if the BPDA can just look at the garage door, just make sure it's not what it showed.
Okay.
I don't think they govern aesthetics, but BPDA can take care of that.
Well, so we should be kind of specific. So we talked about removing the garage door, and Ms. Better, you talked about articulation of the building?
Yes, just the massing to, the side massing and the front
Why
massing.
remove the garage door?
Whatever works, it would be fine to remove the garage door. Okay, so is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Nice day. Thank you.
Calling BOA 1072612. The purpose is subdivide the existing lot into two parcels. The existing two-family home is now a proposed 3-unit alteration, and a 6-unit new construction residential building is proposed on the other side of the new lot line. Violations are Article 65, Section 9, lot area insufficient. Then there are two companion cases. BOA 1072609, 16 Tanglewood. The purpose is change of occupancy from two-family dwelling to three-family dwelling, construct new addition and propose 3 off-street parking, attached to proposed subdivision and proposed 6-unit new construction. Violations include Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading, Article 65, Section 8, 3-family dwelling forbidden, Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage insufficient, Article 65, Section 9, floor area ratio excessive, Article 65, Section 9, building height excessive, Article 6 in stories, Article 65, Section 9, front yard insufficient, Article 65, Section 9, side yard insufficient, and the final companion case is 21 Tanglewood, BOA 1072607. Purpose is to erect a new 6-unit residential building with roof deck and 9 parking spaces. And the violations are Article 65, Section 8, multifamily dwelling 6 units forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, floor area ratio excessive. Article 65, Section 9, building height excessive stories. Article 65, Section 9, building height excessive feet. Article 65, Section 9, front yard insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yard insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, rear yard insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alec Benelli from Pulgini and Norton with the business address of 10 Forbes Road on behalf of the applicant, Bill Callahan. And with me today is Eric Zachrisson, the architect for the project.
So please go ahead, tell us what's being proposed.
We're here seeking variances for companion cases 16 and 21 Tanglewood Road to convert an existing 2-family into a 3-family by renovating the existing structure and constructing an addition to the 16 Tanglewood residence, as well as subdividing the lot to create an additional lot, 21 Tanglewood Road, a proposed 6-unit residential building.
So tell us, under this proposed subdivision, what would 16 Tanglewood, what would be the square footage for 16 Tanglewood?
So the current parcel is a 14,431 square foot parcel. The current residence is at 16 Tanglewood is 3,532 square feet. With the renovations and additions, the residence would be a total of 4,216 square feet with an FAR of 0.51.
No, I'm sorry, I was not clear. So these are not supposed to be 2 buildings on the same lot, they're supposed to be subdivided. Under the proposed subdivision, what would the lot area be at 16 Tanglewood Road, and would it be at 21 Tanglewood?
The parcel for 16 Tanglewood on the proposed plot plan that I have for 16 Tanglewood is 8,245 square feet, and the new parcel at 21 Tanglewood would be 9,736 square feet.
Okay, and tell us on 16 Tanglewood, how is the change from a 2 to a 3 family being accommodated?
Unit 1 would be on the first floor. It would be a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,250 square foot unit. Unit 2 would be on the second floor, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,320 square foot unit. And Unit 3 would be on the third floor, a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,080 square foot unit.
Okay, let me just look at the violations. So will there be any parking proposed for this lot?
Yes, and that is one of the variances that we are seeking. The parking proposed would be 3 parking spaces in the rear of 16 Tanglewood. As you, on the image you see in front of you right now, the Boston Water and Sewer easement, there would be a continuation of the dead-end road of Tanglewood Road. A continuation of that would be a driveway with a portion of the driveway going over onto the 21 Tanglewood lot, the to-be-created lot, and the parking would be in the rear where the Boston Water and Sewer easement is located at the back end of the lot.
So please explain to us 21 Tanglewood?
Yes. 21 Tanglewood is a proposed newly constructed 4-story, 6-unit residential building with a roof deck and 9 parking spaces. The ground level includes the proposed parking accessed by an electronic garage door.
So please, can you tell us what page that's on?
I apologize. It is on the updated 21 Tanglewood. It is sheet A10. That's the ground level with the access garage door to the side of the residence for the 9 parking spaces, as well as the elevator giving you access to units 1 through 6 on floors 2 through 4.
And tell us about the bedroom breakdown.
Yes. They're all 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units. Units 1, 3, and 5 are 1,440 square feet, and units 2, 4, and 6 are 1,400 square feet. Units 5 and 6 have exclusive roof deck access by a hatch. Initially, there was a head house, but that has been removed.
Okay, and tell us about the rear yard. What is required and what are you proposing?
Yes. The setbacks for the 16 Tanglewood, excuse me, we are not seeking a rear yard setback. We are seeking a front yard and a side yard. The required front yard setback is 15 feet, and the required side yard is 10. As it is an existing structure at 16 Tanglewood, it's not proposed to change. The front yard setback at 16 Tanglewood is 12.7, and as I said, the code calls for 15. The side yard, the code calls for 10, and I apologize, Eric, do you know the exact side yard setback as proposed for 16?
I'm looking it up right now.
And
Colette, can you please show us a rendering or anything as close to a rendering as has been submitted on 21 Tanglewood, please?
in the rear yard, we are seeking a rear yard setback relief for 21 Tanglewood. The code calls for 30, and it is proposed at 10.
Okay. Okay, and does this, am I seeing a head house up there? On this, this thing that we have on our screen right now?
That appears there, yes, on the most
Yeah,
updated plans there isn't.
Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are adequate. It does show a head house. It does not show the elevator override, which I was wondering if maybe that was part of this head house piece, but they're a little bit separated, so I don't think those are connected.
They are separated, you are correct, Mr. Robinson. And the head house has been removed on the updated plans. Again, I apologize, I don't know why you don't have those updated plans.
Let me check one more spot. I don't, these are the same plans I have, but that's okay. All right.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. This has gone through a community process, including an abutters meeting and outreach to the local civic association. I would like to note that the Lower Mill Civic Association voted to oppose this proposal. However, the applicant has secured the support of all of his direct abutters, and there are 14 letters of support from those individuals on record with the ZBA. We would just ask moving forward that the applicant continue to work with the neighborhood as they move forward through this process, and we would ask that the board require BPDA design review for this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, CJ Jean Lewis, on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell, we'd like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
Madam Chair, if I may as well, just because the plans that you see in front of you have a head house, but the updated plans, those were removed. If the board were to consider this, we'd be more than willing to remove the head house.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve a BPDA design review.
With the removal of the head house.
No head house,
The head house.
okay.
Yep.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, calling the last two cases of the day for under reconsideration. Calling BOA 1143574, 449 Cambridge Street. The purpose is to demolish the existing structure, construct new multifamily residential building with 127 units and approximately 80 parking spaces. It includes ground floor retail. Violations include Article 51, Section 17, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 16, MFR is conditional use in a CC1 subdistrict. Article 51, Section 17, rear yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 17, building height in feet is excessive. Article 51, Section 17, open usable space is insufficient. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking insufficient. And the companion case is BOA 1143565, 2 Emery Road. Demolish the existing, construct new multifamily residential building with 39 units associated with 449 Cambridge Street. Violations include MFR, Article 51, Section 19. MFR is a forbidden use in an L1-1 subdistrict. Article 51, Section 20, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 20, rear yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 20, building height in feet is excessive. Article 51, Section 20, open usable space is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking insufficient. Name and address for the record.
This is Eric Robinson. I'll be recusing myself from this case.
Thank you. Okay, this is all we want to, all we want to do today is we're not go through a full presentation today. Okay? All we need to know is what is the reconsideration request that the applicant is making, and who is representing the applicant on this one.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Attorney Jared Eigerman.
Okay, Jared. Jared. Please put your name and address on the record.
Yes, I apologize. The camera doesn't seem to be on, but my name is Jared Eigerman of the firm of Rubin, Junius & Rose, business address 112 Water Street in Boston, zip code 02109. We did submit a letter brief. I've got the entire team in one room, not leaving anything to chance, but the two related appeals had been heard on February 2nd. That day there was a motion to approve, but it failed 3-3. Immediately after that, there was a motion to deny without prejudice, but that didn't get heard. Obviously, as I stated in the brief, COVID has been complicating public hearings for everybody, not just our team.
So you're requesting reconsideration on what grounds?
Madam Chair, we had key speakers who couldn't get unmuted in time. The two key on our team were David Wamster, who's our project manager. There were questions especially about compact living, and he was the expert on that. And in addition, our lead architect, Robert Brown of Perkins & Will, he could not get unmuted until after the comment, and so therefore it was too late. So we weren't able to answer those questions. I had briefed everything for the zoning relief. I was not able to answer the compact living questions, and those were central to the questioning from the board. We also had some letters that didn't get into the record.
So I'm not sure if this is a strong enough reason, because frankly, I think this board has history of looking at compact living spaces and space. I think it was acknowledged that the presentation that was made was not at the get-go very clear. And I think another key consideration from our perspective is that it wasn't isolated, but there were a couple of members of the IAG, after having sat through the process, were in opposition, which is highly unusual for us from our board to ever reach that point. So you've got to make a stronger reason about why we should rehear this case.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, for example, during the public comment at the end, there was neighborhood support that was not able to speak. John Woods, who was at the Austin Brighton CDC, he was attempting to speak. He could not get on. He was pinwheeling. We were observing it. He never got a chance to speak at all. So we had no chance to counter that testimony. And then in addition, I do think it's significant, with all due respect, that the architect couldn't get on until it was too late.
So I'm kind of, is your intention to come back to this board with micro units?
It's 56% of the units. That was one of the key facts that.
I understand, but is your intention still to come back with those micro units? Because
yes, ma'am.
Even with the understanding that they were a portion of the full development, this board was pretty concerned about that all across.
Understood, Madam Chair. And again, there's no sense of entitlement on our team of any approval. We did not change any of the drawings. The only petition before you today is simply a rehearing as proposed. Rehearing as proposed. That's all we're seeking, is to be able to put on our case. We're not expecting, nor could we, any prejudgment on the merits. We heard absolutely the comments of the board, and I've taken them into account, but the only thing
that's briefed for today is simply to be able to put on that case, if the board so chooses to let us do that. No assurance of approval, none.
Okay, you know, and I have to say to you that we as a board give every applicant every opportunity, because they are the first to speak, to make a solid case before us. And I go back to the fact that that just didn't happen from the very start of the presentation. And from my perspective, I am concerned that every project that is not approved then would like to have a rehearing at the cost of our time, our energy, and our potential of hearing other cases that are further along. So I will just put that out there. So I'd like a motion from anybody whether to reconsider this case or not.
Madam Chair, it's Michael Sinatra from the BPDA. Do you mind if I take a minute to speak?
I do mind. I have a question to the board members about whether to reconsider this case or not.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move to deny reconsideration.
Okay, is there a second? There is no second to the
I'd
motion.
like to make, I think this is similar to the last case that's presented in this form where there are some extenuating circumstances. I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration.
Is there, and Joe, I would like to just note that when that project came back, it was a better project. There were more three-bedroom units, there were a lot of more solid things versus what I'm hearing today, that we are expected to hear the same thing that we spent an hour and a half mulling over on February 2nd, or whatever the date was, February 2nd.
I mean, there were a lot of in items up in question, and I would hope that those are buttoned down for us to move on direction on this. I mean, we also didn't approve it, and we also didn't deny it. It was like nothing was approved because we were all very confused that day.
Okay, so
I'd like to make a
what is your motion?
For reconsideration of this case.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
And I'll second. I'm very reluctant to set a precedent about people coming back. I do think there were circumstances that made this possible, but I would just like any potential applicant to not think that they can just keep coming back for a second bite at the apple. But I'll second it as well.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, so I am two in opposed, but there's five voices in support of reconsideration. I would like this project to be re-advertised so that, people who are here before are not put at a disadvantage. And
Are we a
please, I
seven-member
ask,
board right now? I thought we were 6 members.
We have a
I'm
recusal,
a
Madam Chair.
six-member board.
Yeah.
So I will support the, yes, you're right, because Eric has recused himself. I will support the reconsideration, but I will ask that this be re-advertised, and I really want to make sure that the applicant understands that this board does not want to see exactly the same presentation. Tee it up, but also make sure that you understand that we had issues with the high percentage of micro units in a neighborhood that's inundated with students and a lot of small units. Okay, so the motion was made, the motion carries, so we will put it on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your comments are taken to heart, crystal clear.
Madam Chair, I think also the critique was specifically in the studios being less than 400 square feet.
Well,
Yes.
let's not rehear it. There was a lot of problems with the presentation.
Okay, so I see there are other parties who have interest in this, so I hope that's loud and clear. The meeting is now adjourned. If board members could stay on for a little while longer to talk.